But now that she's gone, how do we get back? There's nothing left here but a white void where time and space are both everything and nothing. As everyone moves through the void, desperately searching for a way home, their own image trails behind them before fading into null space. Renoa holds on to the thought of Squall, and the field of flowers outside of Adia's orphanage, the place they agreed to meet if they lose each other. Squall, however, isn't with the others. He finds himself in a black void, where he sees a younger version of himself running past him, looking for his big sis, being chased by matron Adia. The darkness fades away as Squall finds himself back at the orphanage, back before the gardens and seed were established. As he tells matron that the young Squall won't be going anywhere, Ultimisia appears, but she's weak. She can barely stand, but she refuses to let her existence end at the hands of a seed. Squall is ready to strike her down, but Adia can plainly see that the sorceress is in no condition to fight, and volunteers to inherit her powers so that she can die peacefully. It's a quiet death, but one born of compassion for her and the children in Adia's care. She doesn't want any of them to bear the burden such power brings. Realizing that this mysterious man called her matron, Adia asks him who he is, and Squall tells her about Garden and Seed, how they were her ideas to defeat sorceresses. She catches on to the fact that he's Squall, all grown up, before asking him if he knows how to get back home, and if he'll be alright on his own. Squall simply gives the seed salute, thinking that he'll be okay, because he isn't alone. Not really. If I call out, they will answer, he tells himself. Except, he is alone. Alone in the void, slowly losing his grip on time, space, and reality. Time compression has begun to take its toll, as he desperately tries to maintain his sense of self, clinging to his memories of Renoa as he trudges through the endless, desolate void, all while Renoa waits for him in the field where they promised to reunite. She sends a memento, a white feather, back through time to find him. This excursion extends all the way back to the opening FMV, where not only do we see her sending the feather, but the montage therein takes on new meaning. It was more than just previews of what was to come to get the player excited. It was the feather flittering through time to find Squall. By the time it reaches him, however, it's too late. As he finds his way back to her, his memories begin to distort and slip away, his consciousness being torn apart as he succumbs to time compression. But all is not lost. Renoa finds him, pulling him back to their own time. They did it. They're safe now. Balam Garden passes by in a couple extra scenes to provide some additional closure. Cypher is fishing down at Balam Harbor with Raijin and Fujin, and smiles when he sees the garden pass overhead. Whatever resentment he felt for the place, towards Squall and Seed, has passed. He's at peace, content to just hang out with his friends. He knows he doesn't have to try to play the hero anymore. Meanwhile, in Windhill, Laguna visits Rain's grave while fondly remembering the night he proposed to her. While he may be Asthar's president, it seems clear he considers Windhill to be his true home. If you go there during the story, you'll find 2 garden dropouts who have been hired by a mysterious benefactor to protect the sleepy village, even as it begins to fall into disrepair. It's implied that Laguna is bankrolling them and the townsfolk, but more importantly, it's where he found his second chance at love and family. As if to accentuate this, Alone, Kiros, and Ward have all joined him here. After so many years apart, Alone can finally spend some quality time with her beloved Uncle Laguna. Over the credits, we see Selfie's camcorder footage of a celebration at Balam Garden. Sid reintroduces everybody to Adia, who's back in her plain dress and out of her sorceress getup. Zell is enjoying his favorite food alongside the girl in pigtails from the library, and in one final scene after the credits, Squall and Renoa share a private moment on the balcony. She points up at a shooting star, just like when they first met, and the two share a kiss under the moonlight as the camera pulls back and the scene fades to black. Thus concludes Final Fantasy VIII. After my first playthrough, I was a bit torn on this one. I didn't hate it, but I wasn't really all that keen on it either. I felt that, outside of Squall, Renoa, and Laguna, the characters were somewhat flat and uninteresting. The story seemed like a jumbled mess of stuff just happening. The junction system felt cumbersome and almost counterintuitive at points. It was a mixed bag to me, and the first time during this project that I felt that an entry wasn't as good as its predecessor, but I was willing to give it another shot because I had a feeling that I had missed something. And I'm glad I did, because after taking my time and taking in more of what I had missed on my first go-around, I found myself enjoying Final Fantasy VIII so much more. The junction system is complex on the surface, but the options available to you allow you to engage with the game in a variety of ways based on your preferences and playstyle. The supporting cast had a bit more depth than I realized, and while they aren't really complex, I now understand that they were never meant to be. The emphasis is on the supporting part. And the story is carefully crafted around the themes of connection and letting go of the past. It's such a rich and heartwarming experience, but I still didn't enjoy it as much as 6 or 7.
Yeah.
While I love Squall as a character and lead protagonist, and I find his relationship with Rinoa very believable, I am still disappointed with how undercooked the rest of the party is, even if it was intentional. Despite the grasp I have on the junction system now, the intertwining systems and micromanagement involved in all of it can make the game feel like a bit of a chore for me to play, unless I'm really in the mood to engage with such an involved system. And the story, while driven by strong and relatable themes, can feel a bit haphazard in its construction if you aren't paying close attention and actively thinking about these ideas, especially when things move into the realm of the abstract and the localization begins to fumble. Final Fantasy VIII is a great game, but I understand that it's not going to be everybody's cup of tea. Sometimes it isn't even my cup of tea, and if I'm being honest, that causal loop introduced at the end of the game doesn't really do it any favors for me personally. It feels like it undermines Squall's development by reframing all of his personal choices as being the result of destiny and not his own agency. Of course the game was hinting towards this throughout the story. Cid even said it was his destiny to defeat the sorceress, using those exact words. His choices were still organic, of course. Not once was Squall lacking in agency. But set up or not, this determinist twist on his story leaves a slightly sour taste in my mouth right at the finish line. Does that completely ruin the game or its story for me? No, it's still solid. But if I'm going to revisit Final Fantasy VIII in the future, not only would I have to really be in the mood for it, I would also have to decide which version I would want to play. Because while the game has become more accessible in recent years, each subsequent release of the game is beset with its own trade-offs and compromises. On January 25th, 2000, a PC port of Final Fantasy VIII would be released in North America, with Japan and PAL regions receiving it in the ensuing months. As was the case with its predecessor, this port would be developed in-house at Square's offices in Costa Mesa, California, with programmer Jay Fong being promoted to project lead. While the team had shrunk down to only 5 people, Fong included, the experience they had gained from porting Final Fantasy VII made the process much smoother for FF8. The project was completed in just under a year, compared to just over a year for FF7. A lot of what I said about the 1998 PC port of 7 applies to this port of 8, notably that it's able to run at higher resolutions, sports a MIDI soundtrack which unfortunately falls out of sync with the game's overture sequence before the main menu, and has a lower frame rate for the battle UI, making Squall's trigger pulls during his limit break a bit harder to time correctly. The port also suffers from a lack of analog and rumble support, in addition to labeling all buttons on a gamepad as B1, B2, etc. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get the game to recognize my gamepad, so I had to play it with the keyboard. The port also includes Chocobo World as an additional executable so that you can acquire those exclusive items which were otherwise only attainable if you had a Pocket Station on the console version, which is a welcome addition. There isn't really all that much to say about this version of the game. It's a flawed but decent port like last time, but those little quirks, while not enough to make it completely unique from the PlayStation version, do add up and result in a different experience. The MIDI soundtrack is one of the big ones, waffling between being decent copies and poor facsimiles. Because of the era these ports were made in, however, it was ultimately unavoidable. I can't really fault the porting team for this. The game's UV mapping, which basically blends polygons and textures together to create seamless terrain in the overworld, is also busted in this port. But at the 640 by 480 resolution it was more likely to be played at in the early 2000s, it's not really noticeable. In terms of gameplay, aside from the lower frame rate affecting inputs, the only big changes are that there are fewer inputs for the organ in Ultimisia's castle, Siren can refine dark matter at any level and not just level 100, and Omega Weapons level now scales with the party instead of being locked to level 100. Easily the most impressive part of this port is that the FMVs are much higher quality than they were on PlayStation, which unfortunately was not the case for 7. According to an interview with Jay Fong for IGN in October 1999, this was a result of newer compression methods that weren't available during the porting process for 7. I tried to get a hold of the original movie files used for this version of the game to compare them, but I unfortunately wasn't able to install this specific release onto my PC, and do not have the tools to root around inside the uninstalled files. So I went with the next best thing. Ricky C's long play of Final Fantasy VIII for PC, which was submitted to World of Longplays in 2010. Just keep in mind that his recordings were at 1024 by 768, meaning that the FMVs are not integer scaled. Compounding this, they were then scaled up further when editing this video, and then YouTube compressed the footage further, so I apologize if they look a bit wonky. Even with all of these layers of alteration and compression, however, these FMVs look significantly better and cleaner than the original PS1 FMVs, even after the latter have been scaled up to a 1080p fill with a RetroTink 5X. Of course, the PC FMVs do have noticeable macro blocking artifacts, but they're preferable to the compression noise in the console version and are hardly noticeable at 480p. Unfortunately, as my inability to install it has suggested, this version of the game has numerous issues with modern PCs, necessitating mods in order to play it. But in 2013, Square Enix re-released the game on Steam with support for modern operating systems, which, like the re-release of FF7, may or may not have been the result of using community mods without credit. This version also included support for higher resolutions up to 1080p and later 4K, and a number of gameplay boosters to make the game easier for new players to get into. Speed up, constant limit breaks, maxing out gil, maxing out GF levels and AP, consistently hitting the damage cap, and giving every party member a full stock of spells like Fyra, Curaga, Sleep, and Esuna to get you started. The only other major changes to the 2013 version are mostly visual. It even still only has the old MIDI soundtrack. Options for linear filtering and quote-unquote original graphics were added to the launcher, which respectively smooth out the game's low-res textures and bring the visuals closer in line to the look of the original PS1 version, though your mileage may vary on both effectiveness and taste. Playing at higher resolutions makes the lack of UV mapping far more apparent than it does at 480p, as well as exposes the relatively low polygon counts for the character models, bringing them to the edge of the uncanny valley. The one change I really want to highlight, however, is the FMVs, which upscaled those from the original 2000 PC release to a resolution of 1280 by 896, and then applied additional post-processing effects to try and hide any artifacting. The results are poor. Not only are the artifacts from the original video still very noticeable, but the attempts to hide them make the image look smeary and arguably make the macro blocking even worse. If you play the game at 480p, then none of these visual issues are really noticeable, but even in 2013, the idea of playing a game at a resolution lower than 1080p or even 720p was almost entirely out of the question for a lot of people, even for older games. Thankfully, mods would fix up this version of the game in ways both large and small. More careful upscales of the FMVs, UV mapping fixes, HD character models, upscaled backgrounds, and even a completely rewritten and open source game engine that allows for easier modding and higher software compatibility, specifically with Linux. This engine, Open8, even fixes the frame rate and removes the limiter. This truly is the pinnacle of Final Fantasy VIII modding. But this was all on the PC front. Consoles, meanwhile, would eventually start seeing re-releases of all the other Final Fantasy games
consoles are
from
just
7 onward,
bad.
starting in the mid-2010s. But for a while, Final Fantasy VIII was conspicuously absent, skipped over in favor of later titles. It wouldn't be until E3 2019 that it would finally be announced that Final Fantasy VIII Remastered would be released for all platforms, joining the likes of 7, 9, 10, 10.2, and 12. As was the case with the console ports of 7, this new version of 8 would be based on the PC version, with the basic porting of it being handled once again by .mu. While the original plan was to do a simple port job like with other titles, partway through its development, the decision was made to take advantage of the greater clarity and high resolutions of modern displays by creating new, high-poly character models, which would be handled by Access Games. The remastered project involved several key figures from 8's original development staff. Hiroshi Harada, the original battle programmer, would step up to direct this new version. Character modeling director Tomohiro Kayano would fill the same role on the remaster as he did on the original, and Tetsuya Nomura would also return to refine his character designs for the new models. Much like the original PC version of the game, Final Fantasy VIII Remastered shares a lot of quirks and features with the modern console ports of its predecessor. Notably, it has the same 3x speed up, disable random encounters, and HP recovery and limit break boosters, though the PC version has its own exclusive boosters in addition to being the only version with remappable controls. These boosters grant players practically every item, card, blue magic for Quistis, ultimate weapons, and abilities, as well as max out GFs, gil, and your current stock of magic. As for why they're only on PC, they're meant to cater to the platform's more hardcore user base, though given that it makes the game easier by leaps and bounds, I'm not sure if hardcore was the right word to use there. Additionally, Chocobo World was excised from this release, but the items exclusive to it were made available via Angelo search. In terms of presentation, again, like the modern ports of 7, all of the backgrounds have had a bilinear filter applied to them to try and mask their low resolution. Combined with the new character models and sharper typeface, these blurry backgrounds are even more of an eyesore here than they were in 7. And the visual issues don't end there, as the broken UV mapping and poorly upscaled FMVs were carried over from previous releases, as well as the low frame rate of the battle UI. The MIDI soundtrack has thankfully been replaced with the original PlayStation music, but the overall presentation in the remaster is kind of all over the place. As noted in the Final Fantasy VII video and suggested much earlier in this one, a lot of the original assets and source code for Square's games from this era were not properly backed up or archived. While nobody at Square Enix has outright said that Final Fantasy VIII was a victim of this, the admittance that .mu worked to port the PC version to consoles as part of the remastering process suggests that this was almost certainly the case. The new character models weren't a product of this supposed lack of assets, but they tend to be among the first things people bring up when discussing this version. Well, from a purely technical standpoint, they are extremely polished and refined. The vast majority of them faithfully reproduce Tetsuya Nomura's original designs without compromise.
There they go.
There are some which have seen some mild alterations, like Siren being covered up a bit, but Squall, Rinoa, and Laguna in particular have seen changes which bring them more in line with their modern designs that have been used in spin-offs like Dissidia. I don't particularly mind the updated Rinoa or Laguna models, but I am not a fan of the new Squall. His facial features have been slightly exaggerated and rounded, with his hair flared slightly outward in such a way that his in-game appearance no longer matches up with how he looks during FMVs. I've heard people here and there refer to Final Fantasy VIII as being much more anime than other games in the series, mostly on the basis of it being presented up front as a high school drama. And this design, at least in my eyes, really fits the bill for that. Is that a derogatory thing to say? I'll let you decide.
No, I don't think
I
so.
have a bit of a love-hate relationship with this version. The speed booster is appreciated simply because it makes the process of drawing magic from enemies significantly faster if that's how you're going about it. And the ability to turn off random encounters eliminates the need to equip the ability in-game. And of course, the PC-exclusive boosters make the game that much breezier at the cost of not being able to unlock achievements.
I would never
I can
turn
see
off
some
the
people
random
liking the
battles.
new character models and appreciating the boosters for removing, or at least downplaying, the micromanagement that pervades the experience. If you're someone who looks for a good story first and foremost, the PC boosters especially remove any potential barriers to this. However, all of these boosters, even just the speed up and no encounters toggles found in every version, can affect one's approach to the entire game much more than in 7. If you can draw magic faster, then it's obviously not as much of a time commitment to get full stacks of every spell from enemies. If you can just disable random battles at any time, why would you use one of your precious ability slots to do the same thing, much less prioritize learning it? The effervescent theme of time and the player's relationship with it is completely altered and downplayed. It doesn't hold nearly the same meaning as it did back in 1999. Of course, these boosters are entirely optional, and the player's relationship with and valuation of time aren't exactly the main point of the story. Plus, by downplaying this particular aspect of the FF8 experience, it makes the whole game that much more palatable to new and old players. Is this trade-off worth it? Well, I guess it depends on what you value more. Circumstantial and possibly coincidental meaning that isn't strictly necessary to illustrate the game's core themes, or making it easier for curious players to want to take the plunge and engage with the most quintessential ideas the game is exploring. Final Fantasy VIII, like 7 before it, has had a bit of a rough go when it comes to subsequent releases. The flawed PC version has been used as the basis of every version released since the original, with most of its flaws being carried over through the generations. The fresh coat of paint applied to the 2019 remaster ironically only served to accentuate a lot of these visual issues and incongruities. And while the 2013 PC version is still available on Steam at the time of writing for those interested in modding the crap out of it, for players on current and last generation consoles, the remaster is all that's available. It's not a bad way to play FF8 by any means. It is still functionally the same game that came out 25 years ago, just with some presentational differences and added accessibility features. If you only played the remaster, you still got the same story, world, characters, etc. as those who played any other version. You can still partake in and contribute to the conversation surrounding Final Fantasy VIII, a conversation which has been ongoing since it was first released, all the way back in 1999.
Out of the ashes of war blooms a love affair of the ages, an epic tale of a soldier and the free-spirited woman that captures his heart. Prepare yourself for the most riveting love story of the year. You will be mesmerized. You will be engulfed. You will need a PlayStation, a big screen TV, and a really comfortable couch. Final Fantasy VIII by Squaresoft.
PlayStation.
With nearly 1 million pre-orders being placed by January 20th, it was a foregone conclusion that Final Fantasy VIII would be a rousing success. But after DigiCube began accepting pre-orders, the total number would skyrocket past a record-breaking 2 million before its February 11th release. In its first 3 days on Japanese shelves, Final Fantasy VIII would sell over 2.5 million copies, eclipsing its predecessor's initial sales by nearly 500,000. By the end of March, it had moved over 3.3 million copies, more than Final Fantasy VII had sold in Japan in all of 1997, not including sales of the International Edition later that year. As expected of the series at this point, Famitsu doled out praise onto Final Fantasy VIII for its density and the open-endedness of the junction system, but also criticized how it could be difficult to get into as a result. One of the panelists, Futoshi Sakai, specifically noted that the game doesn't pressure players about gaining experience, and that it could be criticized as being too easy, which leads me to believe that he went all in on Triple Triad early on. The panel awarded Final Fantasy VIII with a score of 37 out of 40, 1 point lower than FF7, with only one panelist giving it a perfect 10. The rest gave it 9s. This ever-so-slight drop in critical appraisal would be somewhat reflected on the sales charts. While Final Fantasy VIII had quickly overtaken its predecessor's Year 1 sales, it didn't remain on the charts for nearly as long, dropping out of the top 30 for good by the end of May, compared to 7 hanging in there through mid-July. And when accounting for sales of Final Fantasy VII International, Final Fantasy VIII's Year 1 sales in Japan would fall just short of its predecessor, 3.5 million to 3.53 million.
Maybe I will go buy a fire staff and just switch off life staff. It's not really working. Fire staff greatsword is good. Life staff is more of a PvE thing. Oh, god damn it. No. Now you'll have to come to this side of the tree if you actually want to hit me, you motherfucker. Okay, go. Get out of this render right quick. No, no, get out of the apex. Fucking annoying. Yeah, I'm noticing that they really seem to like these range weapons, and I suppose maybe I should actually go musket. Fucking musket? I haven't done musket in a real serious way. Let's go buy a musket. Because I can aim. I can definitely aim. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, 325 isn't amazing. Or maybe, I guess I suppose now I'm high enough level where I should just go buy new weapons now. Or, I don't know, I don't have any money. I donated to the fucking taking over. Rewards. I want to get the Syndicate Musket. Yeah, buy that Syndicate Musket. We're going to switch up. Yeah, I'm going to go a little bit more PvP-centric here. Because, yeah... It's just, I haven't played musket in a while, yeah. I mean, that sucks, kind of. Wait, I bought a musket, but... You know, that's not that tight of a crosshair for far away. Let's look at the musket chart real quick. Well, yeah, but you don't get, this doesn't tighten, does it? It like, doesn't tighten. This thing doesn't tighten. So it sort of sucks. I mean, I don't know. I like the bow. I haven't done the bow in a long time. Great sword bow. I mean, I don't know. I do like it. It reminds me of, I mean, they improved it. Look, it's faster. Yeah, I'll go musket. I'll level musket. Fuck it. It's like, these nasty fuckers. One of the things I want to do to them is just dismount their asses. And the musket's good for that. Although I think the bow is actually more accurate, which is kind of annoying. Probably more skill with a bow than I am a gun. I mean, it's a good gun. I'm good at guns. Whatever. If they run from me, I'll shoot them. There's a guy, like, hidden camping here looking for tree cutters. I need to stay away from him. I'm just going to cross the open plateau here. Shoot stuff like birds, because I need the skill. I mean, yeah, I could probably turn in the fiber, right, for cloth and stuff. But the trees are where the real value is. I feel like I should dump a ton of this crap that isn't actually... Yeah, I can dump in Everfall, right? Yeah, I want to dump all this stuff in Everfall, because it's like, I don't need to carry all this. I'll sell it. Musket of evasive corruption. These are schematics? Yeah, they are. It's 57. No. Don't shoot at me, you fucker. God damn it. God damn it, that guy's like taking over this whole fucking thing. I should go to some more creative place, I don't know. Here, this is enough trees to probably fill up, right? Yeah, now I'm down to 24 pounds, so I can probably get like a ton of these trees. You won't come over here. I love this game. I like just tab to it, and she's out here flying, getting ice and stuff. It's so cool. Eventually, I'll buy another mining ship, and sooner or later, like it'll just start rolling forward so much that. I watched this entire 4-hour fucking video about
Meanwhile,
Final Fantasy
in North
VIII.
America, Final Fantasy VIII was
I'm
faring
done with
about
it.
as well
I think
commercially
we
as 7
heard-
had 2 years earlier.
We heard enough from him. He really drags it out. Uh-oh.
Especially in this moment where Pixie, the wronged party, who used to be a fan and friend of Destiny's, has released a statement publicly on Twitter stating she's a victim of revenge and will be suing Destiny for this. Her longer statement includes her history with Destiny and her side of the story.
That's like making him a rapist. That's insane. He's
Here
always
is
creeps me out,
r/YouTube
though.
drama that has at least like some semblance of a summary of what happened. Okay? This morning, both President Sunday and Copacy released hit piece videos on Destiny. President Sunday's video here, Copacy's video here. Both of these videos discuss Destiny's behavior regarding his treatment of sexual partners and the ongoing scandals surrounding leaked DMs, photos, and videos of sexual nature. Destiny has found himself in a couple scandals regarding sharing nude photos and other materials such as videos / tapes without the consent of individuals / partners who appear in them. Okay? The main focus of this is a woman named Pixie who is a victim of this behavior from Destiny. In the videos, there are leaks of messages between Not So Erudite and Pixie discussing potential compensation from Destiny for distributing the sexual material she appeared in, as well as the draft of Pixie's statement regarding the situation. It turns out that Pixie was someone who was an orbiter of Destiny's, who unfortunately hooked up with Destiny. They filmed the process, and I believe that filming was consensually done at the time. But then Destiny kept those videos and sent it to other people, from what I understand. Other people that he was trying to hook up with, other girls that he was trying to hook up with, including this one 19-year-old. And then this 19-year-old's account either got A, hacked, okay, or B, one of their 19-year-old's friends actually revealed all of this information to the world. And that's how you found out about the infamous video of Destiny s***ing a dude off, which people suspected was Nick Fuentes. And Destiny leaned into it possibly being Nick Fuentes. And a lot of people thought, well, that's really weird. Why is he taking ownership over that? Well, it turns out there was a nefarious purpose behind why he was taking ownership over that. Because if everyone focused on Destiny being gay, okay, then no one would realize that Destiny was most likely sending nudes and sex tapes that he had actually filmed without permission of the other parties involved to random people online to showcase his sex resume to random, 19-year-olds online that he wants to Now, that's technically, I believe, I'm no big city lawyer, but revenge territory. Does he need permission? The answer is yes. What a stupid question. What are you talking about? You can't film a sex act with someone and then distribute that sex act randomly to other people. What? Hello? Are you
Not
okay?
only is it immoral, it's grossly illegal.
Asking this question, especially in this moment where Pixie, the wronged party, who used to be a fan and friend of Destiny's, has released a statement publicly on Twitter stating she's a victim of revenge porn and will be suing Destiny for this. Her longer statement includes her history with Destiny and her side of the story. She's literally in the process of litigation. This notably has been shared by Destiny's ex-wife Melina, as well as Lonerbox, who is stated to be Pixie's boyfriend and recently announced he would be leaving streaming. Lonerbox had been friendly with Destiny before. Yes, Lonerbox, I did not know any of this stuff, but people were, Bad Empanada had said like, oh, Destiny cucked Lonerbox or whatever when he was dating Pixie. It turns out that wasn't the case, but it...
Yeah, then it got he said, she said that. I just wanted to hear the headline mainly. Here's Bernie
I was at the
Sanders.
Trump
Thank you so much.
inauguration yesterday, and needless to say, I
Thank you,
disagree
Hasanabi.
with much of what he had to say. But what really struck me, however, is not what he said, which was not surprising given his rhetoric, but what he didn't say. What he didn't say. The simple truth is that Donald Trump gave a major speech, the first speech of his second presidency, and ignored virtually every important issue facing the working families of this country. How crazy is that? Our healthcare system is broken, is dysfunctional, and it's wildly expensive. Not one word from Trump about how he is going to address the healthcare crisis. We pay by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs, sometimes 10 times more than the people in other countries. And 1 out of 4 Americans are unable to afford the prescriptions that their doctors prescribe. Not one word in his speech on the high cost of prescription drugs. We have 800,000 Americans who are homeless, and millions of people spending 50 or 60% of their limited income on housing. We have a major housing crisis in America. Everybody knows it. And Trump, in his inaugural address, did not devote one word to it. Today in America, we have more income and wealth inequality than we have ever had. The wealthiest 3 people in America now own more wealth than the bottom half of our society. But Trump had nothing to say, not one word, about the growing gap between the very rich and everybody else. And maybe, just maybe, that's because he had those 3 people, the 3 wealthiest people in our country, sitting right behind them at his inauguration. And I should add that those 3 people, if you can believe it, and this really is unbelievable, saw their wealth increase by more than $233 billion since the November elections. How's that? $233 billion increase in wealth for the 3 wealthiest people. No wonder they were sitting right behind Donald Trump at his inauguration. They couldn't be happier. During his inaugural speech, Trump did not have one word to say about how we're going to address the planetary crisis of climate change. The last 10 years have been the warmest years ever recorded, and extreme weather disturbances and natural disasters are taking place all over the world, from Los Angeles to India, across Europe to North Carolina. Not one word from Trump about climate change, except, of course, to make it clear that he intends to make this horrific situation even worse with drill, baby, drill. Just brilliant. In the coming months and years, our job is not just to respond to every absurd statement that Donald Trump makes. Our job is to stay focused on the issues that are of importance to the working families of our country, and in fact are widely supported by the American people. Let me just mention a few of them. Yes, healthcare is a human right, and we must join every other major country in guaranteeing healthcare to all people through our Medicare for All single-payer program. Healthcare is a human right. Yes, we must take on the greed of Big Pharma and substantially lower the cost of prescription drugs in this country. Yes, we must build millions of units of affordable housing and low-income housing. Yes, we must make sure that all of our young people have the ability to get a higher education by making public colleges and universities tuition-free. Yes, we must work with the global community to combat climate change by cutting carbon emissions and transforming our energy system away from fossil fuel and into sustainable energy. Yes, we must pass legislation to raise the absurdly low federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour to a living wage of $17 an hour. Anybody who works 40 hours a week in this country should not be living in poverty. Yes, we must pass the PRO Act and make it easier for workers to join trade unions and grow the trade union movement in America. Yes, in order to help fund the needs of working families in this country, we must demand that the wealthiest people in this country, including those individuals sitting right beside Donald Trump at his inaugural, start paying their fair share of taxes. Yes, we must end a corrupt campaign finance system which allows a handful of billionaires to buy elections and move us rapidly into an oligarchic form of society. Bottom line, as we enter the new Trump presidency, we have got to remain focused. We cannot panic. No matter how many executive orders he signs, and no matter how many absurd statements he makes, our goal remains the same. We have got to educate, we have got to organize, we've got to put pressure on Congress to do the right things. And by the way, with Republicans only holding a 3 or 4 seat advantage in the House, we can stop them time and time again if we are organized. Finally, my friends, we have got to fight to create an America based on economic, social, racial, and environmental justice. That's what we've got to work on. Let's go forward. Let's do it. Thank you.
Lagging Rust cheaters.
Rust cheater joined the server, so I thought it would be a good idea just to let him farm some stuff and waste his life away. We're just going to let him farm the tree here, get whatever he's getting, and hopefully we can show you guys a little bit more solid stuff that this guy's a little stinky. And then we will attempt to lag him out and see if we can get him to make a ticket. I just want to troll him, and then I want to, you know... Oh, of course, straight to a gun, of course. Yep, no worries. And then we, yeah, we're going to just see if he appeals. And then we're just going to troll him in the appeal. We're going to unban him, and then we're going to get him to lag on here again. Before we ruin this cheater's day, I want you guys to check this out.
In this world, I've died 1,000 deaths. But each one made me stronger, better. And when the time was right, I sacrificed the old Alice so I could be reborn.
This looks sick.
As for my captor, poor thing. No! Imagine building the perfect cage, only to find yourself locked in it with me. If I'm bound to stay here until the end of time, I better make myself comfortable.
Who wants some tea? Starting from January 8th, players can get their hands on the likes of Alice the Wanderer, Cheshire the Cat, Mad Hatter, Knave of Hearts, and the fearsome Queen of Hearts. You guys can get the legendary champion Alice the Wanderer for free, along with a bunch of other rewards by simply opening Raid on 14 different days, including Alice the Wanderer on day 7, and a 2-star perfect soul for her on day 14. You must start by March 26th to earn Alice this way. If you haven't started playing yet, then what are you waiting for? Click my link in the description or scan the QR code here on the screen to get insane bonuses, only available via my link. You will immediately get a huge starter pack with an epic champion, Ultimate Gallic, from the Orcs faction. You'll get another starter pack once you reach level 15 that includes the Epic Thane. Many consider her to be the better champion than some legendaries. And after you download using my link, use the promo code Monkey King to get the legendary champion Sun Wukong for free. Promo code is only available until February the 7th, so you gotta be fast. You guys can also come and join my clan. You can find me under the name Komomo. Massive thank you to Raid Shadow Legends for sponsoring the video. Let's get back into it. Now he is from not Australia. So I'm going to use that to my advantage. Hopefully he's dumb enough to appeal and I control him. We are on the Australian server. Australia. So there's 330 people on and he is not from Australia. So we should see him being pretty blatant in a second. I would dare say that he will want to go for somebody. We could use a gun ourselves and bait, considering he went for that gun there before, but we won't bother. We will just watch him and see what he gets up to. So you can see there the pinging. So what I mean by pinging is that, like, they look directly in the center of your monitor. You will see that they...
Yeah. I'll be right back. I'm going to throw a pizza in the oven. I'm going to just bow down here and switch it to X4 for just a minute. And dress up a pizza and put it in the oven. I'll be right back. There. That should be alright. Yeah, I mean, do I care? No, I don't care. I could just run out west. It doesn't matter. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm gonna put a pizza in the oven. Yes, the pizza. Going bad. So... So, what else do we do? We put a healthy amount of cheese on it. As well as, yeah, I want some these. I've got frozen cheese. Oh, no. That's weird. The rubber band on my thinking. That's odd. Okay, so sorry, that cheese is like now like a month old. Yeah, which reminds me that I should defrost this cheese. Wait. Whoop. Ah. But yes, defrost this cheese. Or well, no, don't defrost the cheese. It's been sitting there for a while. It'll be fine. So, I guess that's all I really need. No, I'll pop this because I don't care. It's fine. This is the one that's handy. It's good cheese. Just throw this all over the pizza, which a little bit more. Yep. A little bit more for the center. Okay, seal it up. And then twist. Like that. So, well, I don't know. This could cause a problem. How much you need this? Ooh, silk. Yeah, silk would be good. So, there it is. And so, I mean, I guess I could put some more pepperoni on it too. Pepperoni, right? Yeah, where's the old pepperoni there? Old pepperoni that I should put on this pizza. Is this meat looking okay? Yeah, look at this. Yep, that was a real doozy motherfucking pizza. I'm only going to eat half of it, but yeah. On back it goes. There we are. Okay. Oh. Yeah.
Ping from one person to the next, directly where they are.
Right,
And
right,
even
right
to
there.
alt look in that situation there is weird, right? There's a wall there. Why are you alt looking? You're not fully alt looking back behind you. You're alt looking at the wall. Why? There's no reason for it, other than he's cheating, because he's got ESP much similar to what mine is here. They may have like an outline of the player or ESP wall hack, whatever you may call it. Was a nice looking little jump there. Normally for things with jumps, we like to watch that in third person as we can see it much clearer and much better. As first person is not the best to see somebody when they're jumping around and moving around. A lot of the cheats disregard basic graphics, basic, what's it called? When you just fall to the ground? Gravity? No, that's big for me. Basic gravity. So, you know, they just hover over stuff, and I can even tell you when he's jumping and moving around now that he's cheating. He'll probably take no fall damage as well if I was to drop him. But we won't bother, because our objective here isn't to go too crazy. We basically just want him to maybe get into a fight here. I might bind a command for him to start lagging. And then we'll kick him for something like, I don't know, EAC, auth, error, or something bizarre. I'll think of something smart. I know a lot of you have probably already got something smart. Put it in the comments. Let me know. And I'll use it. Hopefully we don't have a cheater running through comments now, reading every single comment, and then matching it up with a ban that I do on a server. Wah. Alright, now I have not tried this command. Watch him jump. So you see the jumping there. You see how he's clipping in the air every time he jumps? It's a pretty good giveaway that the person's cheating. It's unfortunate for them that the cheat does
I
that
see
to them.
this
But
shit all the time. So
on the other
stupid.
hand, I don't think they give a crap.
I don't think they care.
Most of these spaghetti heads are just on here blatantly cheating anyway. Probably see him be pretty blatant here. I do have a bind for 7, so I'm going to force him to lag whenever he... Oh, the guy's inside the base, or the other guy's not. Obviously not interested in them. They don't really have anything that he could care about. So you can see here the way that he's just alt looking. It's not a normal sort of thing. And it's not like he's doing it all the time. When you see somebody that plays Rust, they do the alt looking a lot more. Because they don't know where people are. When these guys cheat, they know where people are.
Here for a good time, not a long time.
So So as I said, whenever he gets into a fight here, we are going to lag him. And we should see the lag fairly visible. And then I might see if I can quickly get the ban ready. Oh, I think we're going to run out of time here. So whenever he jumps up here and starts shooting, I'm going to press 7 and that will bind him to lag. Right, so he is just stuck in the place lagging here. So I'm going to unlag him. Right, so he should be good. And then I'm going to lag him again. Perfect. That was absolutely perfect. Now for a ban. I hadn't thought of one because I was spending too much time talking. Okay. I think he knows. Yep, he ain't gonna fall for it. Oh well, at least he got game banned. I try again on another cheater though, so let's see how that went.
Yep.
Alright, now I've been sitting here looking through the server. This was the cheater that we have just recorded and banned for the random excuse, and he hasn't made an appeal yet, but I'm active on the server looking around. There is another cheater on, so we're going to try and do the same thing to him. Alright, as I said, this guy is cheating in Rust. Okay, I've given him the inability to do any damage. No idea what his name is here. Looks like he fell over his keyboard. So we have given him the inability to do any damage. And we can potentially try to bait him, but, you know, it would then probably give it away that there's an admin there. So I might lag him the same and then see if we do that way. All right, so we've bound a command right now,
I love Komomo.
so that whenever he
fucking
gets into
assholes.
a PvP fight, I'm going to lag him. He also can't do any damage anyway. But I'm just going to lag him so that, you know, he stands still and will die pretty quickly to the other player, hopefully.
Ooh, nice. Ooh, Brim.
Alright, it looks like we have some people coming in. As you can see here, he's just going to ESP them ages away, and he's already, you know, just scouting them and ESPing them. Here we go. So we're just going to lag him here. Oh, okay, perfect. I'm just going to lag him again. Right, we're going to lag him again.
Cool. My company just took Brimstone.
Just going to make him think that the server's kind of lagging a bit here. Now you can see that he's running like an absolute B-hatch. So what I might do is he probably won't appeal. He'll probably ban evade this one because he's just one of those stinky little B-hatches. Okay. So we might lag him again here, and then I'll push a ban through. Okay, we've placed a ban through. This one says auto lag system. Again, there is no method to my madness. It is just random shit that comes into my forehead. So, let's see if this guy appeals. If not, well, haven't I wasted my time recording two things? Now, not only did I waste my time recording it, you guys wasted your time watching it. Wah. Anyway, so the interesting thing with this guy is he got temporarily game banned. That's right. He didn't get a full game ban on his account. It was a temporary game ban. Okie dokie. We have ourselves another cheater. So it is currently nighttime, as you can see. Let's see how well this guy can see at night. We all know how bit of a struggle it is to see at nighttime. This guy can see perfectly, as you can see there. Just runs, you know, straight to loot and things like that. Oh, here we go. Oi, he wants him. Here he is.
Game saved.
Here he goes. Make it daytime for ourselves so we can see. Through the bush, of course. again, this is night time. Looks like ESP is the only thing he's using because he's bloody not even hitting any of these arrows. At least I don't think he is. I don't think he is. Let's have a look. No, there's no arrows hanging in old mate's bumhole. Gonna bind a command for him to lag here. Alright, he's lagging, so let's make it daytime again for ourselves. You can see he's just tracking him. He's just tracking him, he wants him. Make it daytime and then let's lag him here. Come on, brother, kill him, please. Perfect. Alright. We just placed the ban through just then. We named it Auto Lag System. Let's see if this guy makes a ban appeal. Or what's he going to do? Is he just going to go to the next server? Because he's been to many servers. Many. Yeah. So, he was only on for 4 minutes. I got onto him pretty quick as I'm scouring the server. So, that's just what I do, you know? That's why you guys pay me the big bucks. That's why I'm on $2.50 an hour. So, be a member of the YouTube channel. Support me. Watch all my videos.
I am. I do.
Don't skip them. Don't skip this one. Subscribe. God damn. Sitting here. Doing this for you guys. The least you can do is goddamn subscribe. Alright. I'll shut up and we'll try and see if he appeals, and if not, we'll get another one. Surely someone. Far out. Yeah, look, the outlook's no good. He didn't appeal, and he also didn't get game banned. So, I'm basically here exposing myself for banning somebody that didn't cheat, that wasn't cheating, that didn't get game banned. Wah. Alrighty. We are currently on War Bandits EU 3X solo only. There is 57 damn people on here. It's pretty quiet. Been a couple of days since it wiped. And we're going to cheater on. He's trying to play the server. So let's go and see what he's up to. Alright, this is our little cheater buddy. Now I'm going to turn on radar so we can see where people are. And what we might do is we might attempt to try and bait him and get a reaction. I'm just going to turn on radar vision. Alright, so that red line is radar vision. Just helps me see where they're looking. Plus other people that are around on the server. Just gives me a little bit more of an indication on what's happening. Especially while I'm blading. Hello? Baiting. So, decisions on what to do. This guy is still prim locked by the looks of it. Doesn't look like he's really got anything. Which is surprising because it is a 3X. So I'm pretty sure like you can hit a barrel and or loot a crate somewhere and get a gun. What we might do is we might how to bait him? Oh good lord. Why is that? Oh, there's not a box there. Derp. We might, I don't know what that TC placement is either. That's disgusting. Someone that cheats in this game. Ew, brother. Let's do decisions. What to do? Alright, he's prim lock, so what I might do is I might run past with a gun. Now my idea here is to, even though he's prim locked, he'll see that I have a gun, and I'm going to bind a key to send me to go to sleep. Oh, actually I can't do that because I'm going to be debugged. Oh no, I could. Hang on, let me work this out. Alright, now our little buddy pal here is facing away from us, which is good. So oh, never mind, now he's facing this way. Now I'm still in Vanish, as you can see down the bottom left. But my idea here was to hopefully not have him look this way. I was going to come into the world and then I was actually going to hit some barrels outside his base and then get his reaction and then actually force myself to go to sleep in the bush. Who's he aiming at, bro? He can't see me. I'm in Vanish. It wouldn't be just... Who knows? I need him to look the other way, so I'm just kind of waiting for that to happen. Judging by the way that he's acting, we should be able to get a good response. I'm going to go out of vanish here now, and then we're good to go. So I'm going to run from here, and I'm going to run over towards his base. And as I said, I'm going to farm some barrels. Just want to see what kind of reaction we can get from him.
I should farm you.
See how he shot that bow without even pulling back? That was full on. Let's leave his stuff on him because I want to bait him. I reckon we can bait him a bit better here. Alright, we might go to sleep here. Hang on a minute, we'll just see what he's doing. Alright, we're going to go to sleep. See what kind of reaction he gives us. Looks like he's just going to go deeper back inside his base. Alright, so we've gone back into Vanish. Now another idea here as to what we'll do is we might chuck the gun down on the ground and see if we can get him to go for that. It's a little bit of a shame that he actually came out. I wasn't expecting him to come out. Alright, we'll leave the gun there and then see if he goes for the gun. It is behind him, so that's always nice. Hopefully he's got weapon ESP on. So he's doing the old 360 look around here. Standard. I'm really hoping that he has item ESP on. And he goes for that gun that's on the ground there. Again with the 360 look around. Standard cheetah movement. Now looking at the way that he is moving around and how he jumped off the building there, he should take no fall damage. Alright, so what we might do is we might grab this gun back, as I highly doubt he's going to go for it. Looks like he's going to run in the direction of where I was. So what we might do is we might go down here and then just be AFK here. Alright, we might just sit here and see what he does. Oh, automatically with a reaction there. Just instantly with a reaction, as you can see. Alright, let's go to sleep and see what happens. And there we go. Instant reaction. Just better, bro, that's all. Just better. Alright, let's chuck him in front of his base here. Alright, well, never mind. He's left the server. So he's already rage quit. Oh, well, it is what it is. He literally only just killed one person. Did nothing else. Didn't get F7 reported. Didn't do jack diddly poo poo. And he was on here for an hour and 17 minutes. This is the first person I've woken up to looking through servers, and I'm sure I'm going to have a busy day. And what a surprise, the account didn't get game banned. It's probably just admin abuse. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Make sure you guys go and check out Raid Shadow Legends, and thank you very, very much for the sponsor of the video. Please subscribe, share, comment, everything for this video. I'd appreciate the hell out of it. See you guys on the next one.
I did. Thank you, Kamomo. I'd like to sub to your channel. Back to YouTube now. I don't know what to watch.
May the 8th,
Thank
1945.
you. Today I found out I've liked and sub to your channel. Today I found out it was really good. That's Simon Whistler.
German armed forces signed their unconditional surrender to the Allied powers. World War II, at least in Europe, was over. But now that the guns had fallen silent, the US, Britain, France, and the Soviet Union had to face a daunting conundrum: how to deal with the active members of the National Socialist Party, the SS, the Wehrmacht, and other organizations who had committed some rather extreme war crimes and crimes against humanity. On top of that, how to rid the fabric of the fallen Third Reich society from the pernicious influence of an extremist ideology so many had bought into. After all, in some respects, with those who had bought into the ideology wholly, it would have been like going back to the 1700s American South and trying to convince a mass group of slave owners to completely and almost immediately rethink their ideas on slavery and those of African descent in the nation. A seemingly impossible task. And then beyond ideological shifts, just from a practical standpoint, how to speed up economic recovery for the nation and ensure nothing like this would happen again in the country and provide a strong buffer between the Soviets and the rest of Europe. So, how was this all accomplished, and how did they do it so fast, and just how successful was all of this in reality?
Just before we get back to Simon diving into today's video, let's talk about something that keeps our authors going during those long writing sessions locked in Simon's basement. Our sponsor today is Soylent, which totally and in no way is made of people as you might expect, but rather a plant-based product.
Soylent is plants. I tell you, Soylent is plants.
Which by a happy coincidence dovetails nicely into our vegetarian author's favorite hobby of plant murder. With Soylent, it's all about 5 things: nutrition, convenience, taste, sustainability, and putting plants in their rightful place. As for the nutrition, Soylent has done all the research, formulations, and clinical trials, including a ton of third-party studies, all so you don't have to. They don't chase fad diets or anything like that, just hard, well-known nutrition science. It's like having a nutritionist in a bottle. And speaking of in a bottle, much like babies, time is precious, and babies shouldn't be the only ones getting to take advantage of all the nutrition one needs in a convenient drink form. We have the technology, no need to waste time going to the store, cooking, or doing dishes after. Just whip it out, give it to your team of authors chained in the basement, they chug it down, and back to work immediately as they must, lest Simon gets angry and punishes them for selfishly using precious minutes of their lives doing anything but feeding his teleprompter. Soylent's also portable, requires no refrigeration, and is shelf stable for over a year. Perfect for those marathon writing sessions like the one I just completed while drinking many of these, writing a 60,000 word or about 5-hour video script coming out later this month on the real story of Nikola Tesla and Thomas Edison, which is one of the best we've produced here, so stay tuned and please watch it because it was a lot of work. But back to Soylent, now let's talk about taste, because no matter how convenient, if it tastes like crap, you're not going to drink it. I mean, actually, if I'm being perfectly honest, I would totally, if it means I don't have to cook and I'm getting great nutrition, because you should never underestimate the lengths I will go to not have to make the food. But in this case, no reason to compromise. Soylent actually tastes really good. Their formula also consistently beats both dairy and plant-based competitors in third-party taste tests. So if you'd like to conveniently improve your nutrition without breaking the bank, the first 500 people to use the link in the description and code TIFO25 will get 25% off their first subscription with Soylent. good for this channel, and it's good for you. And now back to Simon and today's video.
To begin with, the very top-ranking members of the Nazi Party and Nazi-adjacent organizations, 199 defendants in total, were tried at the famous Nuremberg trials in 1945 and 1946. Of course, hundreds if not thousands of other officials and officers wanted by Allied authorities were able to escape to Argentina via the numerous rat lines through Scandinavia, Spain, and even Vatican City. And countless more had no need to escape. Entities within the Allied and Soviet forces were more than happy to look the other way about anything they got up to during the war, owing to the knowledge contained in their brains, and we've got more on that in just a little bit. But when looking at the more wide-scale process of denazification of the citizenry, most of these efforts consisted of special tribunals reviewing the alleged Nazi past of German and Austrian citizens, as well as just a general installment in the mass populace that everything that had happened was their fault, and trying to get rid of various works that espoused Nazi ideology. On that latter point, over 30,000 different books were not only banned in the country after the war, but also systematically collected and destroyed. Anyone who tried to
I can only do 3
could
slices,
face
but yeah.
consequences. The irony of this was not lost on anyone, given this move was more or less a tactic taken out of the Nazi handbook when they came to power. Beyond this, as alluded to, there was the general populace, who were made to feel responsible for what Germany had done under the Nazi regime, with the Psychological Warfare Division of Supreme Allied Headquarters Expeditionary Force taking point on this. They began efforts here seeing to it that the media, from radio to newspapers, not only strongly emphasized the atrocities in their coverage, but also explicitly noted that it was every single German's fault for allowing it to happen, not just the Nazis. Another rather ironic page taken out of the Nazi handbook, although to be fair, in this case strongly emphasizing educating the German public on all the atrocities that had actually been committed, unlike much of the things which was completely made up by the Nazis. Beyond the various media outlets, posters were put up all around showing pictures from concentration camps with giant text overlaid saying things like, "You are guilty of this." As noted by British author James Stern, in one German town, quote, "A crowd gathered around a series of photographs which, though initially seemed to depict garbage, instead revealed dead human bodies. Each photograph has a heading. Who is guilty? The spectators are silent, appearing hypnotized, and eventually retreat one by one. The placards are later replaced with clearer photographs, and placards proclaiming, 'This town is guilty. You are guilty.'" On top of that, in towns near concentration camps, the citizenry were often made to tour them and even help bury the dead, help dig up mass graves, and things like this, with films also being made of this by the American War Information Unit to be shown to Germans who couldn't see for themselves. As noted by the chief of the film division of Psychological Warfare, Sidney Bernstein, the point of all of this was to, quote, "shake and humiliate the Germans and prove to them beyond any possible challenge that these German crimes against humanity were committed and that the German people, and not just the Nazis and SS, bore responsibility." The general shift in mindset to blame all Germans and not just the Nazis began around 1944, with before this generally a distinction being made by the US brass and with the US public, whereas after a strong push to solidify in everyone's minds that there was little difference between a Nazi and a non-Nazi German citizen. This also seems to have been a general mindset pushed by the military brass to their own troops, warning soldiers that, quote, "The majority of Germans supported the Nazis, try to make friends with us, to get information, to get favors, to create sympathy for the poor, downtrodden German people, to make us disagree among ourselves, or just to get a good chance to slip a knife into Allied soldiers." Speaking of the soldiers, and going back to take pages out of the Nazi handbook, it is also noted that during the denazification process, not just on the Soviet side, but on the US side as well, German civilians out and about was a thing. As one German professor noted, "These assaults have become notorious among the civilian population of Marburg. Nobody risks going out in the evenings, and people feel as if they were exposed to acts of indiscriminate brutality with no means of protection." But in all, to help change the mindset of the German populace who had bought into the Nazi ideology, the general push was to show the atrocities that had been committed and try to make every German citizen feel responsible. Going back to the tribunals to try and punish those more directly involved and rid society of them in any prominent position, very briefly, the objectives of the process were codified as early as July of 1945, and while the tribunal sentences dragged on into 1957, the vast majority of the millions of card-carrying Nazi Party members had already been reviewed and sanctioned by April 1948. But that's all at a very high level, so how was this actually accomplished, and how was it done so quickly? To begin with, the process of removing National Socialism ideology from the social fabric of Germany was conceived long before the end of the war in Europe. In fact, the term denazification itself was coined in 1943 by the Pentagon as they began thinking about what the post-war Germany legal system would look like. And as early as August 1944, this had all gotten expanded, with US President Franklin Roosevelt writing in his memos that the Allies should drive home to the Germans that they had participated in a lawless conspiracy. The same sentiment was expressed more
Next up,
formally when
CK.
Roosevelt met with Winston Churchill and Joseph Stalin at the Yalta Conference in February 1945. On that occasion, the so-called Three Greats clarified that denazification was to be considered a strategic war aim. More precisely, the removal of all Nazi and militarist influences from public offices and from the cultural and economic life of the German people. The Third Reich surrendered on May 8, 1945, and the drive for denazification was restated in the Potsdam Agreement of August 1945. By that month, the Western Allies had compiled a list of 178,000 Nazis to put under arrest, while the Soviets had already proceeded to the internment of 67,000 Reich officials. Such a huge endeavour could not be conducted willy-nilly, of course. Allied occupation forces had to clearly state the denazification objectives and parameters, as well as the categories and related sanctions for Nazi offenders. According to a US Department of State memo of July 1945, the objectives of the denazification program included A. The arrest of Nazi leaders, supporters, and any other persons dangerous to the Allied occupation or its objectives. B. Exclusion of members of the Nazi Party who had been more than nominal participants from both public office and positions of responsibility in private enterprises. C. Eradication of Nazi laws and decrees. D. The dissolution of the Nazi Party and all its affiliated organizations, as well as the prevention of their revival, which went hand in hand with E. Elimination of all paraphernalia so central to Nazi propaganda. Symbols, flags, and anthems. And finally, F. Complete removal of Nazi ideology from German information services, schooling system, and religion. Having clarified what denazification was about, Allied forces had to define how it would be carried out. The Allied Control Council reached an agreement only in January 1946, issuing Directive 24, which contained guidelines for a coordinated approach. As we shall see later, this would be anything but coordinated. In each of the 4 occupation zones of Germany, the Allies set up ad hoc denazification commissions and tribunals, which involved the participation of local vetted individuals such as union leaders, judges, and opponents of Nazism. The rulings of these bodies were made on the basis of an extensive 131-point questionnaire drafted by the Public Safety Branch of the Allied military government. This was known as the Fragebogen, which translated from German simply means questionnaire. Respondents had to provide accurate and detailed answers about their education, their professional training, employment, and military service. Going even deeper, those filling in the questionnaire had to provide details on the source of their income and assets since January 1931, as well as their writings and speeches published since 1923. But most of all, they had to provide a full account of their membership and role within the National Socialist Party or any other affiliated organization. In the American occupation sector, filled in and signed questionnaires would be evaluated by a denazification tribunal in collaboration with the US Counterintelligence Corps and a special branch section of the military government's Public Safety Division. These bodies would then cross-check all the answers against police files, civil service records, and the very archives of the Nazi Party. The purpose of this screening was not to identify all German citizens who had joined the party or an adjacent organization at any point, as there would have been very few exceptions. The Allied military government, in fact, agreed to safeguard from sanctions the purely nominal member of the Nazi Party who was forced to join in order to retain his position of livelihood or escape the concentration camp. The point was to ascertain if the individuals under scrutiny had been involved in more than just a nominal capacity in supporting the Nazi regime, if they had contributed to perpetrating war crimes and crimes against humanity, or if they posed a threat to the Allies and the restoration of democracy. Based on these factors, respondents would be classified as follows. Major offenders were to be sentenced to life imprisonment or even to death. Then you had the offenders, activists, militarists, and others who had profited from Germany's war of aggression, who could face up to 10 years in prison. Next, you had the somewhat murkier category of lesser offenders, subjected to a probationary period of up to 3 years. The rank-and-file followers and supporters of Hitler's regime, with no specific active responsibilities, might encounter a fine and be subject to surveillance. And finally, exonerated individuals would receive no sanction. Based on this categorization, anybody from lesser offender and up were deemed to have had more than a nominal participation in the Nazi Party's activities. As such, in addition to the sanctions described, they would face mandatory removal from their post, be them military officers or public officials. Alright, so we've covered how the denazification of Germany should have worked. But how did it actually turn out? Well, especially in the US-controlled occupation zone, military authorities started with a bang, preemptively detaining 400,000 Germans in internment camps before they had even started filling in their 131-point questionnaires. But when the tribunals and commissions started applying due process, it became apparent that discerning rank-and-file party members from lesser or more serious offenders was no easy task. The US military had access to excellent records. The one thing the Nazis were unquestionably good at was record keeping. Occupation troops in Munich, in fact, discovered the party's entire registry with the names of 12 million card-carrying members. But according to Earl F. Ziemke, writing for the US Army Center of Military History, quote, "It was on the grey fringes of denazification that the question of who and what were Nazis vexed military governments. The military occupation authorities had to sift through all of those 12 million individuals trying to identify the worst that humanity had to offer. And it turns out that many of those 12 million Nazis had training, experience, energy, affability, and not a bad political record. As reported by Ziemke, American troops found those under scrutiny to be, on the whole, surprisingly pleasant chaps, which made their denazification efforts all the more difficult. A US high-ranking officer commented that if all the Nazis had been exceedingly unpleasant and rude, denazification would have been easy. On the other hand, many among those Germans, who were not formal members of the party, could fall into two categories: those ballsy enough not to fall for Nazi ideology and propaganda, and those who had applied for membership but had been rejected. Interestingly, the former were equally not keen to cooperate with the Allies, since the latter likely did not make for ideal members of society. And that was the problem. Denazification was all well and good, but the Allies were also seeking to rebuild German society from its ruins and as fast as possible. If they made a clean sweep of anybody even loosely associated with National Socialism, in Ziemke's words, they were going to have to run the country with old men until the next generation grew up. The number of political acceptables between the ages of 20 and 50 who were also trained and competent was exceedingly small. So that was the first snag. The second one was that the whole program required a huge bureaucratic apparatus which the Allies simply could not manage. In the US-controlled zone alone, the commissions and tribunals had to review a whopping 10 million questionnaires. Sure, they had enrolled local personnel to run the tribunals, but even so, trained manpower was scarce. And even those Germans who were willing to participate were reluctant to dish out harsh sanctions on their fellow citizens. The third snag was that defendants in these tribunals had found a convenient way out. They could easily obtain signed sworn affidavits from priests or even just from friends and neighbors attesting that the defendant was a mere rank-and-file follower or that he or she could be altogether exonerated. Naturally, a cottage industry emerged, putting these affidavits on sale. They later became colloquially known as Persil Shine, after the popular Persil brand of detergent. In other words, they would leave a defendant's reputation squeaky clean. Eventually, US authorities could not cope with the red tape associated with denazification in their controlled areas, and with tensions rising between the Soviets and the US, their focus also somewhat shifted. In particular, they were now much more concerned with Germany's rapid economic recovery, rather than trying to make sure everyone paid for their crimes and weren't allowed to be in prominent positions. A similar thing happened over in Japan with the now termed reverse course policies. But back in Germany, with this shift, March the 5th, 1946, they formally transferred all such duties to reconstituted German authorities, something that the British had done a few months earlier as well. On that note, with the British and French occupation zones, local military governments took an even more pragmatic approach. Both prioritised the efficiency of local administration and economy to quickly cope with housing and food shortages. Thus, they were even less scrupulous when it came to allowing former high-ranking officials to hold or resume important positions. French authorities were most lax of all, even allowing Nazis residing in other zones to move and resume work in their occupied areas with no hindrance. As another example, given the Nazis had placed individuals whose beliefs aligned with their ideologies in prominent teaching positions, around 3/4 of teachers in the country were immediately fired after the war, only for the vast majority in the French zone to be quickly rehired and given their positions back. This was reflected in most industries in the French zone. In the end, in total, the French only labelled 13 total individuals in their region as major offenders. Finally, moving to the Soviet occupation zone, the removal of Nazi personnel and ideology appeared to be more resolute than in the zones governed by the Western Allies. In fact, denazification proceeded hand in hand with the Sovietization of Eastern Germany, that is, extensive land reforms and nationalization of industry. Moreover, while Western allies strove to replace Nazi officials with political representatives from a broad spectrum, Moscow had a preference for the KPD, or Communist Party of Germany, later the Socialist United Party, or SED. However, according to historian Timothy R. Vaught, the denazification in the Soviet-held area was not as thorough as it initially appeared. Thanks to the cooperation of the KPD, Soviet authorities were able to delegate most denazification processes to the Germans themselves in the form of local anti-Nazi committees and newly formed provincial governments. These bodies enacted their measures inconsistently and were prone to caving in when meeting local resistance and objections. Moreover, they appeared to follow the general principle that if former Nazis were willing to rebrand themselves themselves as communists, they would not be removed from public life. As you might have guessed from all of this, as early as 1948, it had become apparent that the denazification of Germany had not resulted in the intended restructure of society. In December of that year, international relations scholar John H. Hers, a member of the US delegation at the Nuremberg trials, published an article with the self-explanatory title of The Fiasco of Denazification in Germany. Hers focused on the American occupation zone, reporting how trials conducted there were frequently hindered by intimidation on the part of Nazi sympathizers. Even without intimidation, prosecutors based their indictments of the answers provided in the questionnaire without verifying their veracity. Thus, most defendants were categorized as mere followers. Moreover, after denazification efforts had been handed over to German authorities in March 1946, they had issued 2 amnesties, one in August, one in December, exonerating members of the Hitler Youth, persons of low income, and disabled citizens. Hertz pointed out how such amnesties allowed even war criminals to escape prosecution. The scholar also unearthed a major procedural flaw. Until October 1947, denazification processes had vetted some 50,000 individuals a month, which is quite a good number, but the tribunals had given precedence to those who had been classified as followers on the basis of their questionnaire. By the time the tribunals finally worked their stash of paperwork to those classified as offenders, a legislative amendment allowed prosecutors to recategorize them as followers, with the exception of members of the SS. Such recategorization still required approval from the Allied military government, but in January 1948 this procedural step was removed by the enactment of an expediting procedure. Now, all offenders could be rubber-stamped as followers wholesale. A further relaxation of standards took place in March of 1948, with the almost total removal of the exception clause for members of the SS and other criminal organizations affiliated to the Nazi Party. Now, only those belonging to the category of the major offenders could expect major sanctions. Everybody else was deemed a follower and was free to go after paying a fine. As for the numbers on all of this, some 12,753,000 Germans were expected to undergo the denazification procedure. More than 9 million were found not chargeable. The remaining 3.2 million were processed by the end of April 1948, and of these, more than 2.3 million were amnestied without trial. That left 836,000 to be tried, a mere 6.5%. More than one-third of these were exonerated, and more than half were classified as followers. Of the remainder, 10.7% were classed as lesser offenders, 2.1% were Class 2 offenders, and only 0.1% were found to be major offenders. That's 836 individuals from the nearly 13 million person pool. And even those who were sentenced as offenders in any degree of severity, most received lenient sanctions such as community work, payment of fines, or short prison sentences. Hers proceeded to compile several examples of such lenient treatments, of which we shall report only a few. An active propagandist and publisher of anti-Semitic writings was ranked as a follower and fined a mere 50 marks. A dean of Bonn University, active member of the SS and their intelligence services, the SD, was fully exonerated. A high-ranking member of the Gestapo was found to only be a follower and received a minor fine. Another Gestapo man, head of a station in the town of Fulda, was also a follower. And the former deputy chief of police in Nuremberg, and one of the men responsible for the infamous Kristallnacht, also a follower, and fined 800 marks. One physician responsible for carrying out the sterilization law against undesirables, well, you guessed it, he was just
trying to scare people,
leave. Finally, an aeronautical engineer and industrialist made a fortune of 36 million marks thanks to slave labor. Well, you get the gist by now. He was fined 2,000 marks. Moving on toward the end of the 1940s, across all areas of occupation, leniency gave way to amnesty and a strategy of integration. The chief proponent of this approach was the first chancellor of the new Federal Republic of Germany, or West Germany, Konrad Adenauer. After his election in September 1949, Adenauer advocated for West Germany to forge strong bonds with Western Europe against the communist bloc. This strategy also enabled Nazi cadres to be integrated into the new republic in order to move forward. Towards that end in all this, in May 1951, Adenauer's government passed the first amnesty law, which reintegrated into their position some 150,000 officials and civil servants previously removed by the Allied denazification efforts. Following year, the Chancellor reported to the Parliament that 2/3 of German diplomats were, in fact, former Nazis. The armed forces, security services, and even the private sector were similarly replete with former Reich personnel. Sir Ivone Kirkpatrick, British High Commissioner in Germany, commented, "Whenever I travelled, I ran into ghosts of Hitler's Reich, men who had occupied positions in the administration, in industry, or the society of the day. They were either living in retirement or were taking jobs in banks, commerce, or industry. Despite the amnesty, Adenauer's regime also took steps the other way. For example, in August of 1952, his cabinet banned the neo-Nazi Socialist Reich Party, and in September he agreed to pay the State of Israel reparation of 3 billion German marks, the equivalent of $8.3 billion in today's value. But Adenauer's intention was to leave the past behind nonetheless, and in 1954 his government issued the Second Amnesty Law, which this time benefited around 400,000 German citizens. A similar denazification process, culminating in widespread amnesty, was followed in Austria. This country is often excluded from English-speaking accounts of denazification, but we should not forget that Austria was annexed to the Third Reich before the start of World War II, nor that Austrian citizens actively joined the Wehrmacht, the SS, and the Nazi Party, and therefore the country was occupied by the Allies at the end of the conflict. The Austrian denazification process was led by the four occupying powers, the UK, France, US, and USSR, in collaboration with three local parties, the Social Democratic Party, the Austrian People's Party, and the Communist Party. According to historian Dieter Stiefel, the Austrian denazification can be divided into 5 phases. During the military security phase from April 1945 to June 1945, the four Allied occupation powers worked in coordination to intern an initial batch of prominent SS and Nazi Party members. Such potentially dangerous individuals were hunted down and detained on the basis of blacklists compiled by the Allied High Commissioners. The next phase, from June 1945 to February 1946, is labelled as autonomous denazification. Now, the four Allies plus the Austrian government carried out denazification efforts independently from each other, which resulted in contradictory measures and decisions. For example, the US occupation used a 7-page questionnaire similar to the Fragebogen. The British and French used it too, but only in part, while the Soviets ditched it completely. In fact, the Soviets acted relatively chill in their zone of occupation, delegating the denazification process to local authorities. They intervened directly only when they identified someone guilty of war crimes committed on Soviet soil, or when they selected a promising scientist for, let's say, a relocation under pressure. And again, more on that later. In February 1946, the Allies devolved all denazification activities to the Austrian government, ushering in the third autochthonous phase. Local authorities followed 3 laws promulgated to this purpose: the Prohibition Act, the Economic Cleansing Act, and the War Crimes Act. In order to enforce these laws, the government created ad hoc people's courts consisting of 2 professional judges and 3 lay judges nominated amongst the general public. These tribunals were set up to take very direct actions. No appeal was allowed against the verdicts. Nonetheless, Allied authorities took note that the Austrian judiciary introduced it at a very slow pace and pressured for a quicker uptake. In February 1947, the government issued a new National Socialist law regulating the removal of the old Reich's vestiges, thus kicking off the 4th phase, which lasted less than 1 year. The 5th and final phase, from 1948 to 1957, is known as the time of amnesties. The first of these involved the so-called Minder Bella State, for incriminated or lesser offenders. This amnesty was applied to 90% of all registered members of the Austrian National Socialist Party. The Minder Bella State amnesty effectively put an end to all major attempts at denazifying Austrian society, which is not surprising, much like it recorded in Germany after the onset of the Cold War.
I just plain don't like orange people.
Local authorities under their sphere of influence. The Austrian People's Courts, however, continued to operate until December 1955. Up to that point, these tribunals had issued 13,607 guilty verdicts, but following the withdrawal of occupation forces from the country, a new constitutional law abolished the People's Courts, transferring their duties to standard jury trials. Denazification trials continued for another couple of years, but to a much lesser degree of intensity. In the 1956-1957 period, Austrian courts issued a total of 39 verdicts, of which only 18 were sentences. As the denazification efforts in further whittled down, the Austrian parliament voted in favour of the amnesty in 1957. Besides widespread amnesties, it's no secret that hundreds of former Nazi officials entirely escaped from sanctions thanks to their military, scientific, or technical expertise. They were simply deemed too useful to the Allies. In Allied countries, this seems to be something history thinks.
Ooh, I can mount while over encumbered.
Like Argentina essentially did the same thing. It's more vilified for
Ooh,
various
powerful
reasons.
redundant mount
Why
charm.
did so many Nazis choose to go to Argentina after World War II? For more on that. But as for the United States, according to the US Nazi War Criminal Records Intra-Agency Working Group, as early as May the 10th, 1945, the Joint Chiefs of Staff advised the commander of US forces in Europe, General Eisenhower, to make some exceptions when it came to arresting
God damn it.
Quoting, in your discretion, you may make such exceptions as may be advisable for intelligence and other military reasons. Throughout the summer of 1945, the US Army Council, CIC, and the Office of Strategic Services, OSS, did employ former German military intelligence officers. This was a necessity to identify more dangerous Nazi criminals or suppress anti-Allied resistance. But restrictions protection mounted across the Iron Curtain.
I don't care. I don't
Allied
care. It was funny to
services
me.
took to using German military personnel as a source of intelligence about Soviet military strategy, equipment, and tactics. Toward this end, the CIC collaborated closely with General Reinhard Gehlen, former head of the Foreign Armies East, founded in 1938 and responsible for collecting intelligence on the Soviet Union. But the Corps also recruited personnel whose resumes erred on the criminal side, such as SS officer Klaus Barbie, charmingly known as the Butcher of Lyon. Barbie the Butcher and other war criminals were eventually protected from prosecution and smuggled out of Europe with the complicity of the CIC, OSS, and other allied services. Many, many more former Nazi and SS officials would escape via rat lines set up by Argentinian
Rat
intelligence
lines.
and even the Vatican. The US Joint Chief of
Rat
Staff were
lines.
not interested in simply knowing more about the Soviets. They were interested in gaining a technological edge over them. As early as July 1945, they explicitly authorized a program to exploit chosen rare minds whose continuing intellectual productivity we wish to use. Those rare minds, with 350 German and Austrian scientists and technicians, could be brought immediately to America under Operation Overcast. By 1946, the Department of Defense's Joint Intelligence Objectives Agency sought to expand Overcast to recruit a further 1,000 former enemy brains and even grant them American citizenship. This was a complicated endeavor, as some of those chosen 1,000 were high-ranking members of the Nazi Party. At least one of them, rocket scientist Werner von Braun, had been an SS officer. The plan required presidential blessing, which President Truman granted in September 1946, insisting that only so-called nominal Nazis should be allowed in the program. The term indicated German and Austrian citizens who had joined the party out of convenience or coercion, but had not actively supported the Reich. The new expanded program took the name of Operation Paperclip.
Yes,
In early
master.
1947, a panel constituted by the Departments of Justice and State began combing dossiers of prospective scientists for relocation to the US, which were based on CIC investigations. The panel initially rejected several applications as the individuals in question had been identified as potential threats on the basis of their Nazi past. This did not sit well with the Joint Intelligence Objectives Agency. According to the Nazi War Criminal Records Intra-Agency Working Group, they ordered American intelligence in Europe to revise the scientists' dossiers so that they could make it through the paperclip panel. Thus, from 1945 to 1955, Operations Overcast and Paperclip helped relocate 765 scientists, engineers, and technicians to the United States. The Interagency Working Group estimates that as many as 80% of them were former Nazi Party members. Now, Operation Paperclip is a well-known episode of the Cold War. What is less well-known is that the Soviet Union had their own version of this project, known as Operation Ozoaveakim, or the forced relocation of more than 2,500 German scientists to the USSR. However, an interesting thing about the name is that it's actually a misnomer. The term Ozoaveakim is an acronym which stands for Union of Societies for Assistance to Defense and Aviation Chemical Construction of the USSR. This was a paramilitary and sporting organization founded in 1927. It had absolutely nothing to do with the Soviet equivalent of paperclip, but apparently a German radio incorrectly used this word to refer to the brand name in 1946, and US intelligence services adopted the term. The plan was initiated in April 1946 when the Soviet Minister of Aeronautical Industry, Mikhail Khrushchev, issued an order for the relocation.
This is a
of the
trolley
German
place for a
aeronautical and
brand new
industry.
player.
This was followed by a
If they
May
try to
19,
do the
1946
MSQ,
resolution
they're gonna be like,
decreed by the
no.
Ministry of Internal Affairs, or MBD, which ordered the transfer of 2,000 German specialists by the end of the year. And not just specialists of any kind, the Soviet zone of occupation included facilities which were replete with scientists and technicians involved in aviation and rocket engineering projects. Initially, the Soviets founded institutions such as the Nordhausen Institute or the Berlin Institute to resume work initiated by the Reich's best and brightest. For example, the Nordhausen was put under the direction of Helmut Bosch, a former collaborator of Werner von Braun on the V2 program. But the agreement signed amongst the Allies at the Potsdam Conference prohibited the development of weapons on German soil, and so Moscow planned the relocation of the programs elsewhere. Following the MBD's resolution of May 1946, the Soviet forces started to gather hundreds of experts in atomic research, electronics, navigation equipment, rockets, jet engines, and even color video. On October the 22nd, 1946, Operation Ozoaveakim was effectively initiated, under the leadership of Ivan Serov, later a chairman of the KGB. By day, Serov had organized 92 freight trains transporting the necessary equipment to the USSR, and by night, the army and MVD police swooped in to arrest the German scientists and their families for a total of 6,500 individuals. After being made to see that their lives would be much better doing what the Soviet regime wanted, and it would be a shame if anything happened to themselves or their families, they were offered a regular contract and paid salaries which were higher than that of their Soviet counterparts. As you might imagine, only a fraction of the German scientific contingent refused to cooperate with Moscow, and those that refused were interned at a gulag. The Osso-Aviakim scientists were gradually allowed to return to Germany after 1950, with the vast majority leaving after Stalin's death in March 1943. But in the end, at the start of this video, we asked the question, how did Germany and Austria denazify so quickly after World War II? Especially given that the ideology behind their former regime was so embedded into every facet of society. To sum up, on one hand, we can very simplistically state that both societies needed to move on quickly, to both rebuild their economies and to face the political challenges posed by the Cold War. And so everyone was incentivized to do so, and so did. And on top of this, the extreme atrocities committed by the Nazis during the war helped convince those who had bought into what the Nazis were selling that maybe they should rethink their decision-making paradigm. On the other hand, we can cynically acknowledge that the process was quick because it failed overall on a huge percentage of what it was meant to accomplish. Wiping the slate clean in such a perversive regime was a logistically daunting task, one which the Allies and the local institutions were ill-prepared and little motivated to accomplish at a certain point. The Nazi Party was finished, the Soviets were the new threat. West Germany, much like Japan, needed to be strong to help counter this, and to help facilitate this, former prominent Nazis and many prominent individuals in Japan would better serve those goals in their positions that they were experts in, rather than sitting in prison or executed. And for more on the Japanese side of this, do see our documentary Swept Under the Rug, The Truth About the Japanese Holocaust. With great dictatorial powers comes a great risk of ceasing to continue to breathe long before your elderly years, with the odds increasing markedly if you also just happen to make enemies out of not just countless nations of the world, but within a relatively large percentage of your own population through brutality and oppression. Something the Führer of the Third Reich was acutely aware of. As the world's Austrian champion for world's silliest moustache once said, there will never be anyone in the future with as much authority as I have. I can, however, be removed at any time by some criminal or idiot. No one is safe against some idealist or assassin who ruthlessly stakes his life for his purpose. Everybody with a passing knowledge of World War II history and/or Tom Cruise's cinematography has heard of something about the Stauffenberg plot, the failed assassination attempt against Adolf Hitler conducted on the 20th of July 1944. But this was just one in a long series of attempted or planned shootings, bombings, and poisonings conducted against the dictator. And while efforts began around France, starting before World War II, as you'll soon see, as the years passed, things got spicier and spicier for the so-called German Messiah. So let's dive into it, shall we?
Just before we get back to Simon and today's video, have you ever struggled to find the perfect pair of earbuds that are actually affordable? Well, struggle no more, because today's sponsor, Raycon, has you covered with their new upgraded Raycon Everyday Earbuds. These have active noise cancellation and multi-point connectivity, meaning you can pair them with 2 devices at once, plus they come in vibrant new colors like carbon black, royal blue, lavender, and forest green, my favorite being carbon black, obviously. They're also super comfortable and fit the widest range of ear types thanks to their ergonomic design and optimized gel tips, something I personally have had issues with in the past with other earbuds, as apparently my ear canals are tiny. But these fit great and even stay in place while listening to music, jogging,
True
or morning
balls.
walks in the sun, which is a
Oh my
phenomenal way to
God.
start your day and keep your sleep cycle
True
optimal, as we covered in
balls.
our video, how to get the best possible sleep according to science. They also have a quick charge function. Just 10 minutes of charging gives 1.5 hours of battery life, and when fully charged, they offer 8 hours of playing time and 32 hours of battery life. Raycon earbuds are also weatherproof, dustproof, and sweat resistant, now with an IP66 rating. On top of all that, they also offer 3 custom sound profiles. Pure sound is perfect for podcasts and audiobooks, balanced sound is great for genres like rock and pop, and bass sound is ideal for hip-hop and EDM. They also have ear tap functions like volume up and down, play, pause, next and previous song, voice assistant activation, and call functions. And if all of those features aren't enough, I think we can all agree one of the best features of all of wearing earbuds is that when people see you wearing them, they don't try to talk to you when you venture into that bizarre land outside of your door. Never go out without them. People will literally ask you about the weather and all manner of ways to try to engage you in speaking. Just the worst. But Raycon has your back there too, as you can just pretend you didn't hear them. Bullet dodged. And on top of all of that, Raycon has a 30-day happiness guarantee, so you can try them risk-free. So if you're ready to upgrade your listening experience for an affordable price, click the link in the description or go to buyraycon.com/brainfood to get 15% off your order plus free shipping. Now let's get back to Simon and today's video.
Assassination attempts before the war, beer mugs and freedom. The first alleged attempt on Hitler's life took place on November the 4th, 1921 in Munich, according to Hitler's own report in his bestseller Mein Kampf. At the time, the future Führer was still on the rise, a bit player in the chaotic political scene of the Weimar Republic, albeit a very vocal one. That evening, the National Socialist leader was in fact scheduled to deliver a speech at the Hofbrauhaus Brewery. A large crowd had assembled, one that included a number of members of the Independent Socialist Party and the Communist Party, dead set on disrupting the event. This wasn't anything new, and in fact the orator arrived under the escort of 14 SA brown shirts. While Hitler spoke, some members of the audience heckled him while downing large mugs of beer and curiously kept storing the empty vessels under the table. After about an hour, one of them went all Braveheart and shouted, "Freedom!" At this signal, the protesters began lobbing the empty beer glasses at Hitler. The brown shirts counterattacked, and after a fierce struggle, they were able to corner their adversaries. However, at this point, one of the inebriated protesters decided beer glasses weren't enough and pulled out a handgun, firing 2 shots that hit the platform where Hitler was standing. Of course, because the source of the events is Mein Kampf, not exactly a bastion of literary accuracy, some question whether this ever actually happens. However, it doesn't really seem far-fetched, given that violence at political rallies, even involving firearms, was the norm at the time. Drunk people, heated politics, and guns not exactly being a great combination for civility. So many historians have been willing to accept the story at face value despite its source. Now let's move forward about a decade to January 1932 and travel to the Hotel Kaiserhof in Berlin. My food tastes funky. At this point, the Nazi Party was clearly on the rise after securing 107 parliamentary seats in the September 1930 elections. The party, however, had not yet established a permanent HQ in the German capital, and Hitler used the Kaiserhof Hotel as a venue to meet his acolytes. On an unspecified day in January 1932, Hitler and other Nazi cadres were enjoying a luxurious dinner at the hotel while discussing foreign policies. 1 hour after the meal, all dinner guests started suffering from violent stomach cramps and severe vomiting. Hitler himself did not suffer any symptoms. He was not a strict vegetarian, as is often claimed, but he was a fussy eater owing to his extreme gastrointestinal problems, which actually is thought to have been why he went rather loopy towards the end of World War II, given the bizarre cocktail of substances he was consuming or being injected with daily, sometimes credited with helping to win the war for the Allies because of it. This brings us to who would have been the most successful assassin of them all if Hitler had lived another year or two, albeit unintentionally. A doctor by the name of Theodor Morell, who began trying to fix Hitler's intestinal issues by prescribing him Mutaflor, which was made from the excrement of others and meant to function as a sort of probiotic. But the doctor didn't stop there, progressing to giving Hitler so-called anti-gas pills that turned out to have strychnine as a primary ingredient. By 1941, he had Hitler taking 63 different pills containing 92 different drugs, from stimulants to sedatives to painkillers, at a rate of about 150 pills per week. And just for the cherry on top, he also began giving Hitler daily injections of what he called a special blend of vitamins, but was actually, at least in part, made up of amphetamines. It was reported that within minutes, the injections would transform the Führer from exhausted and groggy to alert, euphoric and chatty, a state that lasted for some hours afterward. By 1944, in order to get the same effect and ward off other negative symptoms, he had increased increased his dosage twice daily of 16 cc of whatever the specific cocktail Dr. Morrill used was, which was a 700
God damn it, we already watched this one. Oh, no, wait, no, we didn't.
fold increase from where he started. And
The
with
many
this
herring
increasing
attempts
dependence
to
came the
assassinate
classic symptoms of amphetamine abuse. Insomnia, loss of appetite, euphoria, irritability, paranoia, impulsiveness, and wild mood swings, all of which severely affected his ability to make rational decisions in a time of crisis. By April 1945, while Hitler was holed up in his Berlin Führer bunker as the Red Army closed in on the city, SS Dr. Ernst Gunther Schneck remembered being shocked at the leader's condition, describing him as a living corpse, a dead soul. He states his spine was hunched, his shoulder blades protruded from his bent back, and he collapsed his shoulders like a turtle. I was looking into the eye of death. Needless to say, given how erratic, mentally unstable, and detached from reality Hitler
master
progressively
race?
became as the war went on, and the ramifications of this in his military tactics and leadership, many credit Dr. Morrill for inadvertently helping the Allies win the war thanks to his efforts to try to solve Hitler's intestinal issues. But going back to the alleged poisoning attempt, the party leader is thought to have avoided the specific dish which caused the ensuing clunderstorm amongst the rest present. But the big question is, was this a case of food poisoning or voluntary poisoning? There were no casualties, but Hitler himself suspected that the kitchen staff had tried to kill him. Surprisingly, he continued to lodge and dine at the Kaiserhof.
I just
although
told
his
this guy
meals
on
would
this
not be
server.
personally supervised.
He was like, alright, I'm going to the Fresh Start servers. And I was like, yeah, don't stop here. It's backcountry. Imagine. The master race. God damn it, we had this conversation 4 months ago on every server. You're late. Call me a butt pirate.
Must chop trees. Oh, good. Yeah, give me like 4 pounds worth or whatever. Drop 4 pounds of it or whatever. Yeah, there we go.
no. Please stay here. No. Please stay here. So we can kill you. No. Please stay here so we can kill you. It's the 60 FPS. Oh. Okay, now we go more. Yeah, I think so. Since 360. Nope. I feel like bubbles. my pace? You mean playing 5 games at once or whatever?
And Chief
4
Joseph
games,
Goebbels,
playing 4
one
games
of
at
Hitler's
once?
closest friends, German-American
Yeah, I'm
businessman
slow.
Ernst Handverstagel, later
Running a
reported-
stream, doing a recording. Yeah, I'm slow. Yeah, I'm busy, got a life. Slow? Yeah, well, I would say I'm slow. I also did the MSQ to level 30. Oh, we got a level 34 here. Is he fucking with me? No, B-Bloops, you're too close to me. You make me angry. I don't like orange people. Yeah, like what?
After this incident, the leader would increasingly mistrust any gift involving food. And when President Hindenburg appointed Hitler as Chancellor in January 1933, he hired a trusted cook to take charge of the Chancellery kitchen. On February the 27th of the same year, the Reichstag, or Parliament building, was set ablaze by a Dutch communist activist. The Nazis seized the occasion to dismantle what was left of parliamentary rule with the infamous Enabling Act, formally initiating a dictatorial regime. As democracy dissolved, plots to eliminate Hitler intensified, but so did security around him, and the first 2 schemes with a known named assassin took place during those crucial weeks. Kill the Chancellor. The first came from Ludwig Arsner, a former political rival belonging to another right-wing party, the Völkisch Social Bloc. Back in 1924, Hitler had objected to Arsner taking a seat at the Bavarian parliament. The seething Ludwig had relocated to Palaiseau, France, plotting his revenge. In February 1933, his plan was taking shape. He would send a personal letter to Hitler, doused in lethal poison. The deadly missive was stopped in its tracks, however, when an unknown informant reported Arsner to Nazi officials. The disgruntled politician eventually was not deemed a serious threat thanks to a large sum of money in exchange for not posting his letter of doom and letting his animosity go. During that same February, another group of conspirators was at work, headed by communist activist Kurt Latter. Their plan was to be enacted on the 4th of March, when the Führer was scheduled to deliver a speech in Königsberg. Latter and friends were to gather large quantities of explosives to blow up the speaker's platform, but unfortunately there was a police informer in their midst. The conspirators were arrested on March the 3rd, but prosecutors never found any explosives, and eventually they were all released. It appears that over the same period, German police received dozens of tip-offs concerning other assassination plots, which somehow almost always involved showering the dictator with gifts. Gifts such as an exploding pen, for example, or a bunch of flowers rigged with an acid-spraying device, and perhaps best of all, a rabid dog. Fanciful schemes rarely come to fruition, but also straightforward approaches have high chances of failing, such as the attempt carried out by the first organized anti-Nazi movement to take shape after the Enabling Act. This was a network of professors, government officials, businessmen, and military officers, revolving around Dr. Paul Joseph Sturmer, lawyer Nicholas von Harlem, and communist newspaper editor Joseph Romer. Von Harlem offered Romer some funds for him to hire an assassin, but the editor refused, preferring to carry out the deed himself. Sometime in the spring of 1933, Romer walked straight into the Reich Chancellery with a concealed weapon. Unfortunately, he was immediately caught and imprisoned at the Dachau concentration camp. His sentence was relatively lenient, and he was released in 1939 and resumed his schemes, joining a clandestine communist group called the Revolutionary Workers and Soldiers. It appears he was more of a liability than an asset, as he frequently discarded written assassination plans in unsafe waste paper baskets, and in the end, the opposition group was dismantled by the Gestapo in February 1942, and Romer was executed on September the 25th, 1944. Before his execution, Romer was questioned and tortured, revealing intelligence which led to the execution of von Harlem, the lawyer, and more than 100 conspirators. Knives out. But let's not get ahead on main timeline, for we're still in 1934. From June the 30th to July the 2nd, Hitler, Nazi officials, and SS officers carried out the infamous Night of the Long Knives, the arrest and mass execution of the SA. The leader of the Brown Shirts, Ernst Röhm, was arrested at a spa in Bad Weissy, an action overseen by the Führer in person. As Röhm and the SA leadership were being transported to a prison in Munich, a platoon of SA troopers showed up to confront Hitler and the SS. After a tense standoff, the Brown Shirts withdrew, only to set up an ambush on the road to Munich. They suspected Hitler would be driving along that road very soon, and placed their machine guns ready to exact carnage. The crafty dictator, however, smelled trouble and instructed his motorcade to take a longer alternative route, unfortunately dodging death for the umpteenth time. The Night of the Long Knives sparked at least 2 more assassination plots. The prize for the most ambitious one goes to that of Dr. Helmuth Mylius. Mylius managed to recruit 160 supporters, who then succeeded in infiltrating the SS. This paramilitary organization was in charge of Hitler's security, and thus Mylius's men could get very, very close to their target. But just like the conspirators had infiltrated the SS, the Gestapo were able to infiltrate the conspirators. The organization was dismantled in 1935, and Mylius avoided execution only thanks to the protection of his good friend, General Erich von Manstein. Moving on from there, we have the hit on Hitler carried out by one Heinrich Grunau, former SA and close friend of Ernst Röhm, who had escaped the 1934 purge. In 1936, Grunau approached Otto Strasser for support in his plans. Otto and his brother Gregor had been amongst the early...
We need to learn about this because it might
had been
repeat.
expelled in 1930. Otto had gone into exile in France, while Gregor had remained in Germany, only to be killed during the Night of the Long Knives. He was not a member of the SA, but the Nazis had taken the occasion of the general carnage to settle some old scores. According to Otto Strasser's own memoirs, Grunau wanted Hitler's death to be more than a mere act of violence, an isolated assassination, a sudden crime of passion. I want his death to mean something to the German people. Otto agreed to help, providing Grunau with funds and the support of one Eitel Sturm. In May 1936, the 2 would-be assassins set off for the Berghof, Hitler's retreat on the Bavarian Alps. Some days later, only Sturm returned to Strasser bearing bad and good news. The bad news? Grunau was dead. The good news? So was Hitler. Allegedly. There are some issues with the exact details on this one, obviously, and more than just the obvious, leading some to question its veracity despite contemporary accounts. Eitel Sturm reported that on May the 16th, 1936, he and Grunau had set up the perfect ambush. They had identified a bend on the road leading to the Berghof where Hitler's car would be forced to slow down. They waited patiently, clutching their high-powered rifles. Finally, Hitler's car arrived without any escort. It was just him and his chauffeur. As the car slowed down, Grunau leapt to his feet, took aim, and fired twice. Sturm let go one more shot, and the figure in the passenger seat flopped over in the back of the car, and the chauffeur, panicky, jammed the gas pedal down, and the car lurched and slid out of sight. With his mission apparently accomplished, Grunau allegedly produced a revolver, stuck the muzzle into his mouth, and pulled the trigger. Sturm, having no desire for self-immolation, crossed the border with Czechoslovakia and then rejoined Strasser in France. So, what exactly happened? Supposedly, that day, Hitler should have been driven by his favourite chauffeur, bodyguard, and occasional body double, Julius Schreck. But the dictator liked to sit behind the wheel from time to time, swapping places with Schreck. Thus, according to Strasser, the 2 must have pulled a switcheroo, and the slain man in the back of the car was actually Schreck. Strasser also wrote how the assassination attempt was kept secret, and Schreck's official cause of death was reported as sepsis caused by an infected tooth. This version of events was confirmed by a Chicago Times article at the time, according to which, quote, they reached a railway crossing and slowed up. As they did so, shots fired with unerring accuracy burst from the roadside. The man in the passenger seat slumped. The wrong man had been assassinated. However, several points in Strasser's story don't seem to be accurate. For example, Schreck's official cause of death was not a bad tooth, as he reported, but rather meningitis, and Heinrich Grunau did not shoot himself. Records show that he was concocting another assassination plan when he was arrested in January 1940 and died in March 1945 at the Sachsenhausen concentration camp. Assassins in uniform. Thus far, the Führer had had several brushes with death, but none of them could really be described as a close call. That is, until the autumn of 1938, perhaps the period in which organised resistance to Nazism would get closest to shaving that toothbrush moustache off the face of the earth. The man at the centre of these resistance efforts was Lieutenant Colonel Hans Oster, deputy head of the Abwehr, the Armed Forces Intelligence Service. Oster had grown disillusioned with, and indeed horrified by, National Socialism following the Night of the Long Knives.
Horrified by National Socialism.
Kristallnacht, in which Jewish families, homes and businesses were targeted by carefully orchestrated mob violence. Oster was also concerned at how the party was seeking to extend its influence over the armed forces, an influence they might use to declare war on France and Great Britain. Germany had successfully skirted most of the limitations imposed by the Treaty of Versailles at the end of World War I, thus embarking in an impressive rearmament program. But insiders like Oster knew that in 1938 the Wehrmacht was still too undersupplied, understaffed, and undertrained to engage in a major European war. Such concerns were also shared by high-ranking officers such as Field Marshal Werner von Blomberg, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces and Minister of War, and by the next in line in his chain of command, General Werner von Fritsch. In February 1938, Hitler and Heinrich Himmler, head of the SS, swiftly ousted them from office with well-orchestrated sexual scandals, replacing them with the more compliant Marshal von Brautisch. After this low-key takeover of the armed forces, dissent within the army grew, and more notable figures started rallying around Oster and his superior, the head of the Abwehr, Admiral Wilhelm Canaris. Figures such as former Gestapo official Hans Bernhard Gisevius and Chief of the Army General Staff General Ludwig Beck. With the latter's support, Oster was able to plant anti-Hitler agents in all 12 military districts of Germany, ready to mobilize the army against the Nazi government and, if necessary, take out Adolf Hitler himself. By August 1938, the Fuhrer had set sights on Czechoslovakia and was planning an annexation of the bordering Sudetenland region. Oster, Beck, and the conspirators feared that such a move would precipitate an all-out war with France and Britain, one that Germany would surely lose. They reasoned that if Paris and London opposed Germany's demands, the bulk of the army would rise up against Nazi leadership rather than challenging the Western powers. The plan thus developed along two main lines of attack. Agents abroad would encourage the British and French governments to firmly oppose the annexation of the Sudetenland, while army conspirators at home would plan for the occupation of key targets in Berlin. Veritable coup. General von Brockdorff-Ahlefeldt took responsibility for designing the plans for the coup. Two infantry divisions would swiftly move from Potsdam and into Berlin, while an armoured division would block access points to the capital, thus preventing an intervention from the SS. Once the capital was secured, the mutinous army would seize local barracks, the main radio studios, the Gestapo headquarters, and the Chancellery building. Here, a squad led by one Major Heinz would be tasked with liquidating Hitler's bodyguard and arresting the main man. Most conspirators had been convinced by Oster that the end goal would be to force the Fuhrer's resignation. But both Oster and Heinz were privy to a conspiracy within the conspiracy. The Major had instructions to provoke a gun battle, one which would result in Hitler's death. Now, military action would have surely helped neutralize the SS, the Gestapo, and other party-friendly forces. But Oster believed that for the coup to be truly successful, the Fuhrer had to lose face. And for that, he needed the Western political establishment to take a defiant stand against Hitler's demands. To this end, he dispatched acolyte Edward von Kleist-Schmenzen to London with precise instructions. Bring me certain proof that England will fight if Czechoslovakia is attached, and I will make an end of this regime. Von Kleist met with Sir Robert Vansittart, an undersecretary at the Foreign Office, advising him that Britain's decisive action could prevent the invasion of Czechoslovakia. Vansittart consulted with Foreign Secretary Lord Halifax, who escalated the issue to Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain. The latter held a cabinet meeting on August the 30th, but his ministers could not make up their mind. Should they oppose Hitler and call his bluff? And what if it wasn't a bluff? What if Germany really was ready to unleash a second war on the European continent? Chamberlain's cabinet eventually decided to wait and see, a decision which played in the Prime Minister's hands. An advocate of appeasement, Chamberlain had already prepared the so-called Plan Z in his back pocket, a plan to propose a peace deal to Hitler at the very last minute. Another of Oster's agents, Theo Court, met with Lord Halifax and Treasury Secretary Sir Horace Wilson on September the 5th, reiterating the message. Should they oppose Hitler, the political and military circles for whom I speak will take arms against a sea of troubles, and by opposing, end them. Meanwhile, back in Berlin, Ludwig Beck had been replaced by General Franz Halder as Chief of General Staff. Halder would be one of the first commanders to receive orders from Hitler to initiate Plan Green, the invasion of Czechoslovakia. There would have been a grace period of 24 hours before Halder was expected to cascade down those orders to divisional commanders. Luckily for Oster, Halder was on his side, so as soon as Halder would receive those Plan Green orders, he and the other conspirators would use those 24 hours to set the coup in motion. Just to be on the safe side, Halder took to attending staff meetings with a loaded pistol, ready to blow Hitler's brains out if the occasion was right. But then history got in the way. On September the 14th, Chamberlain set in motion his own Plan Z, calling for a peaceful solution to the Sudetenland problem. Hitler agreed, but then clamoured for invasion once more at the end of the month. This time, Benito Mussolini stepped in, proposing to mediate a conference with Britain and France. The result was the infamous Munich Agreement of September the 30th, which essentially gifted the Sudetenland to Germany and sacrificed the integrity of Czechoslovakia. Chamberlain proudly announced that he had achieved peace with honour and peace for our time. But this ill-timed policy of appeasement had essentially boosted Hitler's popularity just when the opposition against him was at its zenith. Oster, Canaris, Halder, and the other conspirators realized that the bulk of the armed forces would not turn against the triumphant Führer, now hailed as a diplomatic and political genius who had liberated the Sudetenland without a shot being fired. The plotters set their schemes aside, but especially those in the Abwehr would remain vigilant, waiting for another opportunity to strike against the Führer. Unbeknownst to them, a Swiss seminary student would soon attempt to eliminate Hitler on his own. Remarkably, this young would-be assassin would arguably get closer to accomplishing the deal than Oster and friends. The lost seminarist. Maurice Bavaud was a member of the debate group called the Company of Mystery, whose discussions frequently focused on the persecution of devout Catholics by the Nazi regime. Bavaud eventually came to the conclusion that Hitler had to go, and he formulated a simple plan. He would move to Germany in the autumn of 1938, pretend to be a staunch Nazi, and thus gain access to the dictator. By October the 21st, Bavaud was in Berlin carrying a 6.35mm pistol in his pocket, looking for ways to gain access to Hitler. Problem was, his target was not in town at the time, rather he was chillaxing down at the Berghof. The Swiss student relocated to Berchtesgaden, looking for ways to infiltrate Hitler's residence, but it was too late, as the Führer had just left for Munich. Bavaud was running low on funds, and he had to find a solution fast. Luckily, while defending Nazis in a beer hall, as you do, he learned that Hitler would soon be attending the annual celebrations in Munich commemorating the failed coup of 1923. Thus, on November the 9th, 1938, Bavaud posed as a Swiss journalist and gained access to a grandstand seat overlooking the road where Hitler and friends would soon be marching at the head of a procession. But just when the Führer came within range of Bavaud's pistol, a wave of right hands shot up in the Nazi salute, thus obscuring the view. Bavaud hesitated, and by the time his target was again in view, it was already out of range. The would-be assassin did not desist, however. In the following days, he forged 2 letters of introduction, ostensibly drafted by the French foreign minister, hoping they would open the doors to either the Berghof or the Braun House, the Nazi HQ in Munich. But the ruse did not work, and to completely broke, Bavaud had no choice but to escape to France, jumping on a train without a ticket. He was soon caught by a ticket inspector who escalated the case to the railway police and eventually to the Gestapo. Maurice Bavaud, however enthusiastic and energetic, was no professional operative, and the secret police found stashes of evidence in his luggage: the gun, ammunition, and maps of Munich and the Berghof. Bavaud eventually confessed, declaring during the ensuing trial that he had acted for the good of humanity and all of Christendom. The confession did not grant him leniency, and the brave Maurice Bavaud was executed on the 14th of May 1941. A flatulent target. Let's now fast forward to August 1939, 1 month to go before the start of the war. A pair of Munich residents had taken notice of an extraordinary fact. Whenever Hitler was in town, he would have lunch at his favourite restaurant, Osteria Bavaria, virtually without any protection. The Führer would take a seat in a small private room separated from the other patrons only by a thin wooden screen. A pair of friends noted how the dictator would always order the same menu: hard-boiled eggs and mayo, followed by vegetables and pasta, with a fruit compote for dessert. The entire meal would be accompanied by a generous barrage of farts, it appears. Now, these 2 friends weren't just any regular Joes hanging about in Munich. Their names were Alexander Foote and Bill Phillips, veterans of the Spanish Civil Wars and double agents working for both British and Soviet secret services. And it was to the Soviets that they pitched the idea of eliminating Hitler while he was licking his plates clean at the Osteria Bavaria. Their superiors in Moscow gave them the go-ahead, and Foote formed a plan. The wooden partition used to screen Hitler's private room was also used as a coat hanger, and this partition was placed in a corridor surrounded by stone walls. Foote's idea was to fill a briefcase with explosives and hang it on the partition by coats. The stone walls would have deflected the force of the blast directly toward the private dining room, ensuring the dictator's body would be cooked very thoroughly, erring on the charred side. Foote and Phillips, however, missed a key ingredient: the explosives, and having no contacts in town, they could not procure them when they tried. Time for Plan B. Hitler would casually walk in and out of the restaurant in full view of the patrons in the main dining hall. It would have been easy peasy for a patron to just pull out a pistol, stand up, and open fire. The 2 conducted a trial run, as described by Foote. One day, Bill stationed himself at the table next to the gangway, and as Hitler approached, put his hand rapidly and furtively into his pocket and drew out a cigarette case. Foote expected for Bill to have been at least tackled to the ground by some SS bodyguard, but nothing of the sort happened. It appeared that Hitler and his entourage felt entirely safe when dining and tooting at the Osteria. So, what prevented Foote and Phillips from taking action? Once again, it was grand political schemes which foiled the actions of operatives on the ground. In this case, it was the signature of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Non-Aggression Pact of August the 23rd, 1939. In other words, Hitler and Stalin had just become allies in preparation for the invasion of Poland, and the British double agents were ordered to abort the mission. Part 2. Assassination attempts during the war. Only a few weeks into the start of World War II, Hans Oster had resumed his schemes to eliminate Hitler. With the backing of Admiral Canaris, Oster sought to establish a channel of communication with London. Germany and Britain were now at war, so Oster needed an intermediary, and he found one in the Vatican. Vatican versus Nazis. On September the 27th, 1939, the two conspirators summoned at their headquarters one Dr. Joseph Muller, the leader of the Science Anti-Nazi Catholic Resistance and personal friend of Eugenio Pacelli, also known as Pope Pius XII. Muller agreed to cooperate and act as a messenger with the Holy See. Piloting his own single-seat plane, the newly recruited agent flew to northern Italy in October, carrying concealed documents for the eyes of the Pope. On October the 17th, Pius agreed to participate in the plot. He would help Oster and Canaris use the Vatican as a safe Dropbox to communicate with the British secret services and secure their help in eliminating Hitler and his sidekicks. Muller would continue acting as a go-between, and Canaris gave him the perfect cover. His official mission would be to travel frequently to Italy and investigate anti-fascist resistance groups. Under this guise, Muller returned to Rome and met with the Pope's private secretary, Father Robert Leiber, on November the 7th. Leiber informed Muller that the Pope was eager to speak directly to the British and to propose a peace deal between London and Berlin. This was still the time of the phony war, with little land-based engagements having taken place in the West, but this was about to change as General Halder informed the conspirators that Hitler aimed to invade France on November the 12th. Such an invasion would nullify any chance at even attempting peace talks via the Pope, so Oster and friends redirected their attention again towards killing the big man in charge. If they blew him to smithereens before the 12th, the invasion would be aborted. An official at the Foreign Ministry, Erich Kort, volunteered to carry out the deed. He was senior enough to have frequent access to the Chancellery and the Fuhrer himself, and on those occasions he was never searched for weapons. Kort asked another plotter, General von Lahausen, to source some explosives, but the officer could not fulfill the order due to wartime restrictions on ordnance. Kort resolved to just walk into the Chancellery with a pistol and shoot Hitler at point-blank range, but Oster deemed the plan too risky. Eventually, Hitler and his generals decided to postpone the attack in the West until May of 1940, which gave Oster and Canaris more time to reconsider their plans. And they had another reason to regroup. Muller's activities had been uncovered. It turns out that Muller had been ratted out by one Hermann Keller, who happened to be a Benedictine monk and agent for the SD, the SS intelligence service. Keller's report made its way to both the SD and the Abwehr, which allowed Canaris to pull a genius move. Before anyone at the SD could take any action, Canaris instructed Muller to file another report, completely made up, describing a plot to remove Hitler from power. The second report implicated two generals, one of which had died in Poland, and the other was a known Nazi fanboy, Walter Reichenau, who would have never supported such a scheme. Canaris' bogus dossier muddied the waters enough for the SD, and apparently Hitler himself, to dismiss any reports coming from the Vatican as utter nonsense. Muller was safe, but Canaris advised him to lay low for a while. In the meanwhile, Pope Pius XII continued to conduct talks with the British, meeting with Ambassador to R.C. Osborne in January and February of 1940. Osborne related to his superior, Foreign Secretary Lord Halifax, that the plotting generals were eager to seal a peace deal with London, provided that Germany maintained some of their territorial gains, such as Austria and the Sudetenland. In March, Halifax informed Osborne and the Pope that the British government was indeed interested, provided that Canaris, Oster and co. Would first remove or eliminate Hitler. At this stage, General Franz Halder took a gamble. He attempted to bring onto their side the Commander-in-Chief of the Wehrmacht, Field Marshal von Braudisch. Did it work? Well, Halder was not arrested, let alone executed, so that's a win, but the Marshal's loyalties were well defined. What is happening here is sheer treason. Under no circumstances can we be involved in this. We are at war. In peacetime you could talk about contacts with a foreign power, but in wartime, soldiers cannot do that. After the war, Braudisch stated that he had the power to remove Hitler from power, but decided against it, claiming the dictator's rule was legitimized by popular support. Quoting, "I could have had Hitler arrested and even imprisoned him. I had enough officers loyal to me who would have carried out that order if given by me. But that was not the problem. Why should I have initiated action against Hitler? It would have been action against the German people. The German people were pro-Hitler. Just blow him up already." All conspiratorial strands related to the Vatican eventually fizzled out, but those were not the only plans in motion over late 1939 and early 1940. As the invasion of Poland was taking place, the Abwehr officers received a message from a general stationed on the Siegfried Line on the border with France. Baron von Hammerstein-Eckward had famously described Hitler and his leadership as filthy pigs and a gang of criminals, so he was eager to rid the face of the earth of such a scourge. The disgruntled general asked the conspirators at the Abwehr to inform the British secret services of his simple plan.
Yeah, some men, like, when you're a really bad man like Hitler, I would be scared to be a bad man like Hitler, because all the goody two-shoes in the world, they just put you in their sights, and they're like, I'll deal with Hitler, and that would scare the living shit out of me worse than being a good man, you know? Like, I don't know, like, what's a super good, like, okay, Mother Teresa scares me, being Mother Teresa scares me less than being Hitler, which I suppose makes sense, but it's sort of weird, like I don't know, it's like weird, like, I don't know, like, I don't know. I think some people aspire to that kind of power, but no, when you take that kind of power, it just makes you a target to all the people of the world, especially the goody two-shoes who are like, I'll end the threat, you know, which and that's way scarier. That's scarier when somebody wants to play cop to wipe you out, as opposed to playing criminal like the Nazis who wanted to kill the Jews. They played it like criminals. It's a lot scarier when the world wants to play cop and kill you to stop some terrible evil. That's a lot scarier to be the target. You know, you don't want to be that person. They're like, oh, we got to rid the world of this terrible evil. So they constantly make attempts on your life. That'd be way scarier. You could not pay me to be like this warlord, bloodthirsty person. There's nothing that could ever happen that could turn me into that. Even if they'd torture my people and kill my country, and I would feel bitter about this. But like, nothing could ever really turn me into them, though. Not into Hitler. I would still not go and do anything like this.
Fortifications on the Siegfried Line to bolster the garrison's morale. Once there, the dictator could suffer an unfortunate accident, for example, the detonation of a grenade in a bunker, because Scheiße happens. Hitler, however, did not accept the invitation. Von Hammerstein was later moved to another post and eventually made to retire from the army. It's not clear if the dictator had smelled a rat, more probably he was too preoccupied with operations in Poland. When these came to a swift victory, the Fuhrer did accept another invitation, attending a victory parade in Warsaw on October the 5th, 1939. The Polish army may have formally surrendered, but numerous officers were still unbeaten. Two of them, General Karaszewicz Tokarczewski and Major Niepoliszewski, traced the itinerary of the victory parade and prepared 2 booby traps in advance. And when I say booby traps, I really mean massive underground bombs, each containing 125 kilograms of TNT. A group of soldiers under a junior officer were tasked with detonating the charges as soon as the major gave the order. So, the parade came this close to being livened by a magnificent firework display and concluded with the spectacle of Hitler flying high into the sky of Warsaw. But the major was held back by a German roadblock, and the junior officer on site hesitated. He had instructions to act on his own initiative only if Hitler was indeed at the head of the motorcade. But there was absolutely no certainty of this, as it was rumoured that the dictator's place may have been taken by a senior general instead. Plus, German authorities had previously arrested a number of high-profile Polish hostages to prevent any seditious activities. Was it worth risking their lives if Hitler was not in the parade after all? As the officer pondered those questions, the victory motorcade drove by the explosive devices completely unharmed. A man of focus. Just some weeks after the missed opportunity at Warsaw, another bomb attack came very, very close to snuffing out the Fuhrer for good. Hitler and his top party brass never missed an opportunity to visit Munich on November the 8th, the anniversary of the failed Nazi coup of 1923. As per tradition, the dictator would deliver a speech, normally around 9 p.m, at the Bürgerbräu Keller, the beer hall in which the coup had started. This regular pattern was not lost on George Elser, a committed communist with the obsession to assassinate the Führer. Elser was a carpenter by trade and had no affiliation.
I'll be right back. I'll put the rest of my dinner away and get some dessert. I'll be right back. Okay, so I like that they let me chop trees. That's good. Chocolate fudge ice cream with cookie dough. So sinfully good.
Conspirators and no training as an operative whatsoever. But, much like a certain retired hitman, he was a man of focus, commitment, and sheer will. Elsa's plan was to plant a bomb in a pillar, right behind the speaker's podium at the beer hall. And to accomplish this plan, he prepared for an entire year, seeking employment in armament factories and quarries so he could steal small amounts of explosives, fuses, and detonators. In August 1939, Elsa relocated to Munich and spent his evenings at the Bürgerbräu Keller. Each night after dinner, he would then hide in a storeroom and wait for all the patrons and staff to leave the building. Then, at the faint light of a torch, Elsa chipped away at the chosen pillar little by little, night after night, until he had carved a cavity of the right size. During the days, he worked at building his bomb, which was completed by the end of October. On the night of November the 2nd, he installed the device inside the pillar, and on the 7th, he set the timer for the bomb to explode on November the 8th at 9:20 p.m. A perfect plan. What could possibly go wrong? Hitler arrived in Munich by plane just in time before a thick fog descended on the city. The Führer had intended to return to Berlin that very night, but flying was out of the question. His personal pilot advised to catch the night train instead, which would be leaving Munich at 9:31. Hitler had to rearrange his plans at the last minute, and instead of starting his speech at the beer hall at 8:30 p.m, it started at 8 and leave at 9 p.m. sharp to catch the train. Thus, the bomb went off as planned, claiming 8 dead and 62 wounded, but the dictator and his closest cronies had already left the building. That night, Elsa attempted to cross the border with Switzerland, but was arrested by 2 border guards who found his pockets bursting with incriminating evidence: a badge of the Communist Party, a photo of the beer hall, a fuse, and a sketch of the bomb. The Gestapo interrogated and tortured him at length, and eventually the lone wolf was interred at Dachau and executed on April the 9th, 1945. The intelligence branch of the SS, the SD, knew very well that Elsa had acted alone, but they glimpsed a propaganda opportunity to link the assassination attempt with British involvement. The perfect opportunity was handed over to Walter Schellenberg, head of SD counter-espionage, the very next day. You see, a group of SD operatives, including Schellenberg himself, had been meeting with British and Dutch intelligence officers near the border with the Netherlands since September 1939. The SD men had been posing as anti-Hitler conspirators in a scheme to extract information from the British officers Sigmund Best and Richard Stevens. Best, Stevens, and Dutch officer Lieutenant Klopp were due to meet their SD contacts on November the 9th at Velmo on the Dutch side of the border. Schellenberg thus organised a daring raid which became known as Velmo Incident. SD agents drove past the border, guns blazing. Klopp returned fire but was shot dead by the Germans. Best and Stevens were arrested and interned until the end of the war. Following the incident, not only German propaganda was able to spin the conspiracy theory that Elsa was just a British pawn, but the involvement of Dutch intelligence gave Hitler a pretext to later violate the neutrality of the Netherlands. A very British kidnapping. Throughout 1940 and 1941, the Axis escalated its military engagements, opening more and more fronts across Europe and North Africa. All German generals, regardless of their stance vis-a-vis National Socialism, were expected to fulfill their duties. Being too busy with their day jobs, Oster and the other high-ranking conspirators had to take a break from their side hustle in plotting. British forces, however, were always open to any plot, plan and scheme to eliminate Hitler, whether by assassination or kidnapping. A little too open. This particular case. In February 1941, the British air attaché in Sofia, Bulgaria, was approached by a local man called Kurov, who claimed to be the father-in-law of a German pilot called Johann Peter Bahr, known as Hans. Kurov informed the attaché that Bahr had grown disillusioned with the war in the Nazi Party and thus intended to defect by landing his Focke-Wulf Condor in southern England. It turns out this Bahr was not some random Emin. He happened to be the personal pilot to Adolf Hitler himself, and he intended to defect while the Führer was on board his plane. In other words, Bahr was offering to kidnap his employer and hand him over to the enemy. What could go wrong? Well, when the report landed on the desk of RAF Air Marshal Arthur Harris, he informed his superior, Air Marshal Sholto Douglas, on February the 21st. The latter authorised the operation and ordered Harris to put on alert Lympne Airfield in Kent. The two also devised a system of signals to ensure the defector would not be shot down by anti-aircraft fire. Their plans were relayed back to Sofia and communicated to Kurov. Lympne Airfield would be waiting for Mr. Bahr and Mr. Hitler on March the 25th. But March the 25th came and went, and no Condors landed. April went by, and still no signs of the defector. On May the 28th, the operation was officially closed by Air Marshal Norman Bobsomley. So what happened? Well, despite this particular attempt being widely cited, the truth is, if Hans Bahr had the intention to defect, he must have been a serial procrastinator, as he remained in Hitler's service until the bitter end and fell captive to the Soviets. More to the point, in 1991, Bahr and his third wife were interviewed, and he denied involvement in any plans to abduct the Führer. Moreover, his wife stated that neither she nor Bahr's previous wives were Bulgarian. Stalin's turn. Following the launch of Operation Barbarossa in June of 1941, Hitler found himself in the crosshairs of Stalin too. But after the invasion of the Soviet Union, the Führer spent most of his time at the heavily fortified and heavily guarded Wolf's Lair, his headquarters in eastern Prussia. Thus, the occasions to catch him in the open would be extremely scarce. As the Axis advanced towards Moscow, Lavrentiy Beria's secret police, the NKVD, reasoned that if the capital did fall, it would be bursting with triumph for Nazi generals and possibly the big man himself. Occupiers might indulge in organising ballets, theatre shows or other events. An elaborate and rather unhinged plan was concocted in October 1941 to arm ballerinas, musicians with handguns and grenades ready to assassinate any high-ranking Nazi in sight. The spearhead of this army of assassins was a squad of 11 individuals led by classical music composer Lev Nipper and his wife Maria Grisignova. Nipper would exploit his knowledge of the German language and his caches of weapons to get close to and later assassinate Nazi leadership. If everything else failed, Nipper would sabotage Moscow's water supply. The German advance was halted by the Red Army, so Knipper could stick to his compositions. By the end of 1941, he had penned two preludes inspired by Iranian folk music, which actually were part of another complicated scheme woven by Berenger. Lev Nipper happened to have a sister, Olga Chekhova, who had been living in Berlin since 1920, becoming a successful actress. In the 1930s, Olga had become a covert agent for the Soviets, and it was time to put her to good use. Lev and his wife had to relocate to Iran, a pro-Axis country, with the cover story of researching local music. From there, the couple had to fake a defection and move to Germany. Once in Berlin, Knipper would reunite with Olga and exploit her high-ranking contacts to carry out an assassination, potentially Hitler's. It is our humble opinion that Berger's plan made for a great movie pitch and less so for a viable assassination plot. Unsurprisingly, the entire idea was abandoned, and Stalin preferred to rely on less subtle methods of eliminating his archenemy. Step 1, locate the Fuhrer. Step 2, send the Soviet Air Force. Step 3, bomb him out of existence. Thanks to intelligence submitted by British codebreakers at Bletchley Park, Soviet forces learned that Hitler and all his top generals on the Eastern Front would be meeting at the train station in Orsha, Belarus on November the 12th, 1941. 20 bombers attacked the location, but it later emerged that Hitler had not left the Wolf's Lair for most of November. On March the 22nd, 1942, Stalin received unconfirmed reports that the German dictator and his generals were in Minsk, Belarus, and the city was heavily bombed. On the 26th, the generals were sighted in Vilnius, Lithuania. Squadrons of bombers promptly pounded Vilnius too. On the 27th, the Soviets believed that Hitler and his pals had returned to Minsk, and the unlucky city took a second pounding. Guess where Hitler had been all the time? That's right. Safe and cozy in the Wolf's Lair. Stalin had to concede that his fellow mustachioed mass murderer would not make for an easy target. Besides, the ever-paranoid Man of Steel came to a chilling conclusion. If Hitler were to be killed, he would be replaced by a provisional government, probably run by a junta of generals. And the Western Allies might be inclined to negotiate a separate peace with a non-Nazi military government. And what if his new, non-Nazi but still militaristic government was still intent on fighting the Soviets? The Red Army would be facing the entire might of the Wehrmacht without financial and material support from the West. In short, Stalin evaluated that it was in his and his country's best interest to keep Hitler alive. Crazy train. The Polish resistance movement, or Home Army, was not of the same persuasion. Poland had been suffering a brutal occupation, and the resistance had responded in fashion, becoming lethally effective at assassinating, bombing, and derailing any target bearing a swastika. Especially, derailing trains was something of a Home Army signature move, as they destroyed some 6,000 Axis trains over the course of the war. In June 1942, the resistance learned that Hitler would be hurtling through Poland on his personal armoured train, the America. More precisely, in the early hours of June the 9th, they would be travelling on the line connecting Königsberg, modern-day Kaliningrad, with Berlin. Lieutenant Jan Salewski of the Home Army was in charge of the operation, leading 2 fire squads on the ground. Salewski knew that the America was always preceded by a dummy train to act as a decoy. At 2:45 a.m., what appeared to be the decoy convoy sped by. Quick as a flash, the Polish specialists sabotaged the train line, waiting for the real thing to appear. The Fuhrer train soon arrived at speed, flying off the damaged tracks and rolling down the embankment. The carriages were utterly wrecked, but several SS troops had survived. They scrambled out of the train and engaged the Poles in a firefight until the latter retreated. Salewski believed to have scored a success, but Hitler's knack for changing plans at the last minute had saved him once again. It later emerged that he had decided to make an unscheduled stop to meet with the provincial governor of Danzig, and the derailed train was not the America, and likely not even the dummy train, but another military transport. What is certain is that the Fuhrer was not on board. Trescow's bombs. The increasingly brutal conduct of German occupation forces in Poland and on the Eastern Front gradually brought more and more officers into the conspirators' fold. Commanders of the Heer, or Land Army, were issued orders such as every officer in the German occupation in the east of the future will be entitled to perform executions without trial, without any formalities, on any person suspected of having a hostile attitude towards the Germans. Such draconian measures appalled, among others, General Hermann Henning Karl Robert von Tresckow and his young adjutant, Lieutenant von Schlabrendorf, serving with Army Group Center on the Eastern Front. The two considered assassinating the Fuhrer as early as the winter of 1941, and Tresckow even sought to bring into the conspiracy his commander, Field Marshal von Kluge. The latter was ambivalent, to say the least. He had been accepting bribes in cash and land from the Nazi Party to remain loyal to the regime, and thus would not take an active role in any assassination attempt. But he reassured Tresckow he would not oppose it either. Schlabrendorf, for his part, did his homework, discovering that a resistance movement had been gravitating around Knaris and Oster within the Abwehr. General Albrecht, chief of the General Army Office, was highly critical of Hitler's strategic decisions in the East and was partial to a good old regime change. During the winter of 1942 and 1943, conditions on the Eastern Front greatly worsened for the Axis, and many German officers grew tired of Hitler's meddling in strategic decisions. Tresckow felt that the mood was ripe to attempt an assassination, but first he had to get the dictator out of his wolf's lair. After much insistence, Tresckow succeeded in inviting the Führer to perform an inspection of the Army Group Center headquarters at Smolensk to take place.
11 more levels.
Before that date arrived, Tresckow,
I'm getting about
and
4
other
per trip, so
conspirators
3
set
more trips and
frantically
I'm
to
done.
work, laying out plans not only to kill Hitler, but also to seize power in Berlin and put in place a new government with General Ludwig Beck as the head of state. Initially, the plotting officers considered shooting their Führer either with sniper rifles or at close quarters. Both operations were dismissed on practical grounds, as Hitler's sizable SS bodyguard would have likely foiled such an attempt. Well, how about engaging the SS and Hitler's entire retinue in a large-scale gunfight? General Kluge vetoed the idea, as he did not want large groups of Germans fighting each other. Another suggestion was to jump the dictator during the welcome meal. Kluge vetoed again, finding it uncouth to kill a man whilst he had his dinner. Eventually, it was up to Tresckow to come up with the right idea, planting the bomb on the Führer's plane for it to explode on the way back from Smolensk or while flying over territory held by enemy partisans. This would have allowed the conspirators to blame the Soviets whilst forming a new, legitimate government. Next, Tresckow had to source the right material.
I should maybe try and buy an
Compact, yet
axe.
powerful
I don't have any.
explosive,
Well, I do have
reliable
some
fuse,
money.
and a silent
I'm gonna go see if there's
all these items were
tools
provided
for
by a
sale.
man at the Abwehr, Baron von Gersdorf, who discreetly pilfered stock captured from the British Special Operations Executive. Finally, the plotting officer obtained designs of Hitler's personal plane to identify the best spot in which to plant the explosive device. The plane, by the way, was the same Focke-Wulf Condor piloted by the same Hans Bahr that we already discussed in the alleged kidnapping. But unlike that attempt, this wasn't a bogus one. Tresckow and Schlabrendorf racked their brains trying to find a way to place the bombs on the closely guarded Condor. And they came up with a genius solution. They would wrap the devices in gift parcel and would claim it contained 2 bottles of Contro, famously square in shape. They would then find an excuse to hand the gift to a member of Hitler's entourage. Back in Berlin, General Beck, Admiral Canaris, and Colonel Oster were dealing with arguably the most delicate elements of the entire plot: how to ensure a quick transition to the new government whilst neutralizing the potential reaction of the SS and Hitler's more fanatic supporters. To achieve this, they needed the support of the Reserve Army, a large corps stationed inside the Reich, tasked with training and internal security functions. Very conveniently, the deputy commander of the Reserve Army, General Albrecht, had already pledged his support to the conspirators. Albrecht's direct superior, General Fromm, refused to join the conspirators, but crucially did not betray them nor oppose them, which is essentially just as good. Albrecht had conceived another masterstroke to ensure the Reserve Army could be used to achieve the goals of the coup. The general had warned Nazi leadership of the risk posed by the large number of forced labourers within German territories. With their authorization, he conceived a series of plans to make good use of the Reserve Army and quash a potential uprising of said labourers, plans which were named after elements and characters of Wagnerian operas such as Rheingold or, more famously, Valkyrie. Needless to say, these contingencies were in fact blueprints to seize control of the government and could be activated directly by the heads of the Reserve Army if Hitler were to be incapacitated. Of course, there was the ever-present risk of SS troops thwarting the intervention of forces under control of the conspirators. Enter another key player in the plot, General Felgebel. General Felgebel, who would be in charge of seizing all signal stations and telephone exchanges to control the narrative around Hitler's demise and isolate his most loyal henchmen. Felgebel would also be entrusted with distributing a message to the German people, informing them that their Führer had been assassinated by a rebellious cabal of Nazi Party cadres and that the army was now taking over the Reich. So, the big day came. On March the 13th, 1943, Hitler and his retinue visited Army Group Center HQ in Smolensk for a briefing with Field Marshal Kluge and General von Tresckow. During the formal lunch that ensued, Tresckow struck up a conversation with a member of the entourage, Lieutenant Colonel Brandt, and spun him a big fat lie. Tresckow had lost a bet with some colonel in service at the Wolf's Lair and thus had to pay a price. 2 bottles of Contro. Would Brandt be so kind as to
get a
fly
beer.
them back in the Führer's Condor? Brandt fell for the ruse and unwittingly carried the bombs on board, primed to detonate 30 minutes after takeoff. But as usual, Hitler's insane luck came to the rescue. Tresckow expected Brandt to be carrying the parcel with him, but the unwitting dupe placed the devices in the cargo hold instead. As it happens, a fault on the heating system of the hold caused temperatures to plummet during the flight, and the cold environment prevented the fuses from functioning properly. When news reached Tresckow and Schlabrendorf that the Condor had landed safely at the Wolf's Lair, they immediately sent a code word to their allies in Berlin to abort the coup. But what if Brandt opened the package? It would have been obvious that someone had tried to assassinate the Fuhrer. Tresckow phoned Brandt and assured him that the gift wrap was still intact and unopened. Elated, Tresckow explained that there had been a mix-up, that doofus of his adjutant had given Brandt the wrong parcel. This Brandt must have been one of the chillest Nazi officers around, as he agreed to hold on to the package until Schlabrendorf came to collect it the very next day. Of course, he exchanged it with 2 actual bottles of Cointreau. Tresckow and his team were not demoralized and kept their eyes open, looking for other assassination opportunities. And one came along almost immediately after their failed airplane bombing. Tresckow learned that Hitler was due to deliver a speech at the Old Armory in Berlin on March the 21st, 1943. The event would be followed by an exhibition of captured Soviet weaponry. Tresckow mobilized one of his acolytes, Abwehr officer Rudolf von Gersdorf, the man who had supplied the devices for the previous attempt. Gersdorf was a veteran of the Army Group Center on the Eastern Front, and therefore perfectly suited to act as tour guide for the weaponry exhibit. The perfect cover. Gersdorf scoped out the armory on March the 20th and soon came to a conclusion. The location was too large and too well guarded for him to plant a device. The only alternative was for him to carry the bomb in his pocket and stand beside the Fuhrer when it went off. Gersdorf was ready to sacrifice his life. At 1 p.m. on March the 21st, Hitler opened up the ceremony by delivering his speech. Gersdorf waited patiently for him to finally shut up before activating the 10-minute fuse of his bomb. As the dictator stood down from the podium, Gersdorf approached him to guide him through the exhibition. According to the program, the guided tour should have lasted 30 minutes, but the impatient Fuhrer rushed through the halls of the armory, while a desperate Gersdorf attempted to slow him down. It was all futile, and apparently Hitler cleared the museum in less than a minute. Gersdorf had followed Hitler in the street outside the armory. As an explosives expert, he knew that in the open air the blast of the bomb would be greatly reduced, and if he botched the attempt, he risked compromising all of his friends at Army Group Center. With just a few minutes to spare, the would-be bomber rushed into a toilet and deactivated the fuse. A catwalk for Hitler. Tresckow's conspiracy ring suffered another blow when on the 5th of April 1943, Abwehr officer Hans van der Nani was arrested by the Gestapo. This was not related to the assassination plots, rather to unauthorized currency transfers organized by Don Hani on behalf of Jewish families that he was protecting. Nonetheless, his superior officer was Hans Oster, a leading figure in the whole conspiracy. As a result of the investigation against Don Anyi, Oster was demoted to a reserve unit and then placed under house arrest. Around the same time, General Ludwig Beck had to undergo surgery to treat his stomach cancer. Beck and Oster were vital cogs in the entire plan, especially when it came to securing power in Berlin. In August of 1943, Tresckow pulled a sickie and went to Berlin to redraft the Valkyrie plan accordingly. The tenacious conspirator could now rely on a new recruit, Colonel Klaus von Stauffenberg. Stauffenberg had become disillusioned with the regime after witnessing the extent of the losses suffered on the Eastern Front, a result of Hitler's insane war of annihilation. As other officers in Tresckow's circle, the colonel was also sickened by the war crimes perpetrated by the SS, police units, and regular armed forces at the Nazi Party's behest. While serving in the North African theatre, Stauffenberg had suffered crippling injuries, losing one eye and one hand. He had therefore been transferred to desk duties, serving with the staff at the Reserve Army. So, Tresckow and Stauffenberg drew up meticulous timetables detailing the 3 phases of Valkyrie. Phase 1, after it had been assassinated, the Reserve Army would receive instructions to stay on alert, ready to quash an uprising. Phase 2, the commander of the Reserve Army, General Fromm, would sign orders for his men to round up the SS and the Gestapo and to capture key power centers in Berlin. Phase 3, the conspirators would broadcast an announcement imposing a state of emergency and martial law. Tresckow and his new best buddy made it just on time to finalize the plan, as the former was recalled to the Eastern Front in a combat role. Tresckow could not act any longer as the main leader for the big officer plot, but Stauffenberg was ready to fill in his shoes, and rather enthusiastically so. The first scheme, cooked up by Stauffenberg, was to take place on November the 16th, 1943. On that date, Hitler was scheduled to attend a sort of catwalk at the Wolf's Lair, a showcase of new winter uniforms for the army. The man selected to model this new attire was Major Axel Bosse Steithorst, a fine Aryan specimen, 2 meters tall, blonde, blue-eyed war hero, who also just happened to hate the Nazis. So much so that he volunteered to sacrifice his life to obliterate Hitler. He would carry a modified hand grenade in his pocket during the modeling session, activate the fuse at the right time, and then lock the Fuhrer in a deadly embrace. But luck was, once again, on the devil's side. A British bombing raid destroyed the trains carrying the new uniforms, and the catwalk was postponed to February the 11th, 1944. Busher was still on board with the plan, but in January he suffered a heavy wound in battle, losing one of his legs. Another male model / assassin stepped forward, Captain von Kleist, but by then the military situation was so dire that all plans to show off the new winter uniforms had been shelved. Stauffenberg's first attempts. On June the 6th, 1944, the Allies staged the Normandy landings, opening another front on continental Europe. The doom of Germany was only a matter of when rather than if. The conspiratorial officers in the Abwehr and the army wondered if it was too late for them to act against Hitler, for them to save Germany from further destruction, for them to atone for the war crimes committed at the Nazi Party's behest. Von Tresckow had to relinquish a leading role in the assassination attempts, but was still a source of inspiration for his fellow plotters. The assassination must be attempted at all costs. Even if it should not succeed, an attempt to seize power in Berlin must be undertaken. What matters now is no longer the practical purpose of the coup, but to prove to the world and for the records of history that the men of the resistance movement dared to take the decisive step. Compared to this objective, nothing else is of consequence. By then, Colonel Klaus von Stauffenberg had been appointed Chief of Staff of the Reserve Army. As such, he would be consulted in person by Hitler and his staff in matters of training and outfitting new units. This appointment had made him the natural choice to conduct the assassination. Stauffenberg knew that he had to take advantage of any occasion in which he would be called to report to the Führer, preferably at the Wolfslayer headquarters in eastern Prussia, or as the Berghof retreat on the Bavarian Alps. The farther away from Berlin, the better. The colonel also knew that SS guards confiscated all officers' sidearms before briefings with Hitler, which restricted his weapon of choice to only one option: explosives concealed in his briefcase. On July the 6th, 1944, Stauffenberg attended a meeting at the Berghof, carrying plastic explosives in his case. This was just a trial run, which proved very encouraging as nobody searched his briefcase. On July the 11th, the colonel was summoned again to the Berghof, and this time he intended to act. Before attending the meeting, Stauffenberg notified General Albrecht of the Reserve Army, who in turn alerted Erwin von Witzelben, a field marshal who had joined the ranks of the conspiracy. Both high-ranking officers stood ready to enact the 3 phases of the Valkyrie plan. However, nothing happened. You see, the conspirators had previously agreed that they needed to take out Hitler, Himmler, and Goering in one go. It was too risky to leave the latter two alive, lest they take the occasion to seize power and then unleash the SS and the Gestapo against the resistance movements. And on that day, the heads of the SS and the Luftwaffe did not show up for the meeting. On July the 15th, Stauffenberg was invited once again to confer with the Führer, this time at the Wolf's Lair, to discuss the deployment of 15 reserve divisions to the Eastern Front. As usual, the colonel made the trip with the special item tucked under his spare shirt, 2 kilos of plastic explosive. Unlike the previous occupation, he was accompanied by a fellow conspirator, General Steiff. The two attended a series of short meetings throughout the day. Hitler was there for most of them, but Himmler and Goering were absent once again. Stauffenberg slipped out of the meeting room and placed a call to Berlin, seeking instructions from his fellow plotters. Crucially, he had left his briefcase behind. Over the phone, Generals Albrecht and Beck discouraged him from carrying out the attack, while another officer, Colonel von Quernheim, simply told him, do it. At least some of the officers in the resistance had abandoned the idea of blowing up 3 high-ranking Nazis in one go. Hitler was enough. And so Stauffenberg returned to the briefing room, ready to ignite the fuse of his device. To his horror, his case had disappeared, and so had General Steiff. The general walked back into the room a few minutes later, carrying the briefcase. Probably it had been a wise move to remove it from the area when Stauffenberg had gone on the phone with Berlin, but now the meetings for the day were drawing to a close, and Stauffenberg would not have the occasion to ignite the fuse. It was another missed opportunity. The big one, the July 20th plot. But on July the 19th, Stauffenberg received orders to travel once more to the Wolf's Lair and report on the status of those 15 divisions. On the morning of July the 20th, Stauffenberg was driven to Rangsdorf Airport outside Berlin, where he met with his aide and ally, Werner von Haeften, who would be carrying 2 explosive devices in his briefcase. Their plane took off at 7 a.m. and landed at Rastenburg near the Wolf's Lair shortly after 10 a.m. Stauffenberg conducted 2 routine briefings at 11 and 11:30. He was due to attend a meeting with Hitler's staff at 1 p.m., but this was brought forward to 12:30 to allow for an official visit from Benito Mussolini later in the afternoon. At 12:25, Stauffenberg asked if he could have some privacy to change his shirt, which tended to become soiled due to seepage from his wounds. Nobody could deny such a request to a wounded war hero, and so the colonel was shown to a small room. As we mentioned earlier, Stauffenberg had lost one hand in combat, and so he required help from his aide, von Haeften, to change his shirt. This was the perfect occasion for Hagen to transfer the 2 bombs from his briefcase to Stauffenberg's. The latter was about to activate both devices when a sergeant walked into the room looking for the colonel. He was wanted on the phone and in the meeting room. With the sergeant standing in the doorway, Stauffenberg was able to discreetly activate only one of the bombs, which was placed into his case. The other device remained with Hafton. The conspirator then walked a short distance to the cabin hosting the meeting room as one Major Friend offered to help carry his briefcase. Stauffenberg eventually accepted the offer. As they entered the cabin, Friend unknowingly placed the disguised bomb under the large table in the meeting room against one of its thick wooden supports. Hitler opened the meeting on time, and Stauffenberg knew he had 10 minutes before the bomb would go off. He had noticed that the table's support stood between the bomb and the Führer, but did not have any opportunity to place the device close to his target. Moreover, one General Hausinger had just asked the colonel to take the floor and deliver his briefing on the 15 reserve divisions. This was bad timing, as Stauffenberg had planned to slip out of the room just moments before the blast, so as to alert his acolytes in Berlin to activate the Valkyrie plan. An unlikely ally came to his rescue. Hitler himself told Hausinger to continue with his part of the agenda. Stauffenberg's briefing could wait. It was now or never. The colonel informed Field Marshal Keitel he needed to answer an important phone call from Berlin and quietly exited the room. He then walked to the communications room, but of course there wasn't a call waiting for him. Instead, he reunited with his aide. Hafton climbed into a car and headed for the exit of the Wolfslair complex. At 12:42, the bomb went off. A stenographer present in the meeting room, Heinz Buchholz, described the explosion as such. I remember it as a clap of thunder connected with a bright yellow flash and ever-increasing thick smoke. Glass and wood splintered through the air. The large table on which all the situation maps had been spread out and around which the participants were standing, only we stenographers were sitting, collapsed. After a few seconds of silence, shouts and screams of pain arose. At 12:44, Stauffenberg and Hafton made it through the first checkpoint on the way out, but by the time they got to the second set of gates, the alarm had already been raised. The Wolf's Lair had been sealed, and the sergeant on duty would not allow the 2 officers through. Stauffenberg was a master of improv, however. He entered the sergeant guardhouse, picked up the phone, and rang his acquaintance Captain von Mollendorf, adjutant to the Wolf's Lair's chief of security. The colonel insisted that he had to reach Rastenburg airfield immediately, as his own commander, General Fromm, was waiting for him in Berlin. The ruse worked and the conspirators were allowed through the gates. By 1:15 p.m., Stauffenberg and Hafton had taken off. As they flew towards Berlin, they were certain that Adolf Hitler was reduced to a mangled, charred body. That part of the plot had been taken care of. Now they had to activate the Valkyrie plan and launch their coup. Meanwhile, at the Wolf's Lair, the Führer was very much alive, having gotten away from the blast with minor wounds. As usual, uncanny luck had protected him. The force of the explosion had been deflected away from him by the thick oak support of the table. 4 participants to the meeting had died. Nonetheless, the Führer acknowledged his extraordinary luck to Secretary Christa Schroeder. The heavy table leg diverted the explosion. The stenotypist sitting near me had both legs blown off. I had extraordinary luck. If the explosion had happened in the bunker and not in the wooden hut, nobody would have survived it. But haven't I always anticipated that happening? It was clear from the start to everyone present that a bombing attack had just been perpetrated, as it was clear that the only individual missing from the meeting room was Klaus von Stauffenberg. Suspicion against the colonel was solidified when Sergeant Adam, a phone operator, confirmed that Stauffenberg had indeed popped by the communications room, but had not received any call from Berlin. And then there was the testimony from the other sergeant, the one who had walked in on Stauffenberg when he was supposedly changing his shirt. It did not take much brainpower to realize that the colonel and his aide were the culprits. Orders were immediately dispatched to the Luftwaffe headquarters in Berlin to intercept and shoot down Stauffenberg's plane. Luckily, the orders were intercepted and suppressed by one of Stauffenberg's sympathizers, Major Georgi. That order was not the only forensic communication to be broadcast towards Berlin from the Wolf's Lair after the blast, but all radio traffic to the capital had to pass through 4 repeater stations, all of which were shut down by a group of signal officers under General Felgebel, one of the key conspirators. Felgebel was also the first member of the plot to learn that Hitler was still alive, but despite being a communications officer, he somehow lacked in that department. At 1:15 p.m., he phoned his colleague General Thiel in Berlin, relaying a very ambiguous message. Something fearful has happened, the Führer is still alive, and then he hung up. Thiel was confused. What was going on? Had Hitler survived the bombing? That was not ideal, but it was still worth launching the coup with the excuse of restoring order. But what if the bombing had been aborted at the last minute? In that case, Valkyrie had to wait. Thiel informed General Obricht, whose role was to mobilize the reserve army to take control of key locations in Berlin. Faced with such ambiguity, Obricht decided to wait for Stauffenberg to return to the capital. This was a fatal decision, as it wasted precious time for the effective conduct of the operation. In the meantime, Hitler had already ordered Himmler to mobilize the SS, the SD, and the Gestapo to suppress a potential insurgency. At 3:45 p.m., Stauffenberg landed in Berlin and immediately phoned Ulbricht to confirm what he believed to be true. Hitler is dead, my dear General. Have you started that little power grab of ours? The Colonel learned in horror that no, nothing had happened and the Fuhrer may still be alive. Nonetheless, there was no turning back at this point. Valkyrie had to be activated. Stauffenberg was then driven to the Bendler Block, the War Ministry compound, to join other high-ranking plotters and coordinate operations. Ulbricht was already there and had finally decided to act. He stepped into the office of his superior, General Fromm, and informed him that Hitler was dead. He had to sign the orders to initiate Valkyrie. Fromm was dubious. He placed a call to the Wolf's Lair and demanded to speak with Field Marshal Keitel. His reply was, there was an assassination attempt, but fortunately it failed. The Fuhrer is alive and was only slightly injured. Until that point, Fromm had been sitting on the fence, but upon hearing the news, he decidedly sided against the conspirators, accusing them of treason. For all his shouting, Fromm was alone against the conspirators, and Ulbricht and Stauffenberg placed him under arrest. Command of the reserve army was entrusted to another officer, General Hoepner, and the Valkyrie orders were promptly issued. Next, General Witzelben broadcast another set of orders to all headquarters throughout the Reich and occupied territories, aimed at seizing control from the SS and other party loyalist organizations. An irresponsible gang of party leaders far behind the front has tried to exploit the situation to stab the hard-pressed army in the back and seize power for its own ends. In this hour of supreme danger, the Reich government, to maintain law and order, has proclaimed a state of emergency and has entrusted to me both supreme command of the armed forces and executive power in the Reich. Many things had gone wrong thus far in the plan, but the worst was yet to come, and that worst had a rank and a name: Major Otto Ernst Riemer, commander of the Grossdeutschland Guard Battalion. Riemer had received orders to seal the roads into Berlin and surround SS barracks. Smelling something fishy, dispatched one of his lieutenants at the Ministry of Propaganda to get intelligence. The officer returned with news that Goebbels himself had just spoken to Hitler, who was very much alive, albeit not so kicking due to some wooden splinters in his legs. Riemer realized that a coup was underway. He assembled several SS units and headed towards the Bender Block from where the order had been issued. A short but intense firefight ensued, pitting the SS against the conspirators. During the battle, some of the plotters managed to escape, while others were arrested. Stauffenberg was badly wounded in his left arm, while the ambivalent General Fromm was released from custody. Now Fromm was in a sticky situation. He had opposed the plot at the very last moment, but had known about it for a long time and did nothing to prevent it. To avoid being implicated, he ordered the immediate execution of the ringleaders of the Valkyrie plot. Stauffenberg, his aide, Captain Halfdan, General Ulbricht, and his deputy colonel, von Quernheim, were marched into the courtyard of the Blenderbock and executed by firing squad. That was only the beginning of the brutal repression that ensued. The aftermath of the failed assassination attempt and subsequent coup would require a full-length video of its own, so we will only cover the main consequences here today. At 1 a.m. on July the 21st, Adolf Hitler spoke on the radio, reassuring the German people that he had survived an assassination attempt. A simple step which effectively put an end to any remaining resistance. A wave of arrests followed, with 7,000 individuals being seized by the Gestapo, of which 4,980 were executed. Among them, General Fromm, whose efforts to distance himself from the plot were eventually fruitless. The spiritual leaders of the resistance movement, Abwehr spy masters Wilhelm Canaris and Hans Oster, are hanged in 1945. As per the man who had arguably done the most to set the Valkyrie coup in motion, General von Tresckow, he decided to take his own life on July the 21st, 1944, while on the Eastern Front. These were his last words to his loyal adjutant, Schwalbendorf. The whole world will vilify us now, but I am still totally convinced that we did the right thing. Hitler is the archenemy not only of Germany, but of the world. God promised Abraham that he would not destroy Sodom if only 10 righteous men could be found in the city, and so I hope for our sake God will not destroy Germany. In other words, the entire plot may have failed, but at least the conspirators had shown the world that not all Germans had bought into Hitler's murderous lies and were willing to resist. Sadly, however righteous Tresckow, Stauffenberg and friends proved to be, their valiant yet doomed efforts had the effect of consolidating the grip of the Nazi Party over the regular armed forces. The newly appointed head of the Army's General Staff, legendary General Heinz Guderian, imposed that all officers now formally join the party. Those who emerged triumphant from the whole ordeal were Heinrich Himmler and his SS troops. They had proved their loyalty to the regime, and as a result, the organization was greatly expanded. Moreover, Himmler was given command of the reserve army after Fromm's execution, which effectively consolidated all security forces and internal troops under his command. But what if the assassination had actually succeeded? The Allies were doubtful it would have resulted in the desired regime change. A July 27th report from the US Office of Strategic Services, or OSS, read, "There was no indication that the fighting spirit of the German army had been impaired. The common soldier may actually experience a certain upswing. He may even believe that the defeat in the East was due to treason rather than faulty German strategy and Russian superiority. It can now be assumed that the Nazi leadership is committed to a fight to the finish and will not hesitate to make Germany a battlefield." Operation Foxley. Despite the failure of the July 20th plot and the subsequent OSS assessment, part of the Allied forces did consider assassinating the Führer themselves. More specifically, we are referring to the British Special Operations Executive, or SOE, the elite force in charge of conducting daring sabotage raids in Axis-occupied Europe. These plans were codenamed Operation Foxley, to be coordinated by Major H.B. Court. In November of 1944, Court handed in an extensive report to the SOE Council detailing his suggested plans to eliminate the head of Nazi Germany. Much of these plans stemmed from the interrogation of a 19-year-old grunt, Private Obernig, who had been captured on July the 19th. Obernig had served as a guard at the Berghof, Hitler's retreat on the Bavarian Alps. The young soldier sang like a canary, providing a wealth of information on the Berghof security measures, Hitler's habits, and location of SS posts. Based on this intelligence, Major Court concluded that the dictator would be at his most vulnerable whilst chilling at his retreat. It emerged that Hitler liked to take solitary morning walks from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. every day on his way for breakfast at his favourite tea house. After indulging in milk and toast, the Führer would be picked up by car and driven back to his residence. Court worked out that an SOE team could be parachuted into the woods surrounding the Berghof. A sniper team could pick off Hitler while walking to the tea house. If that failed, another team would blow up his car on the way back by shooting a part anti-tank weapon. Now, the problem was finding the right men to accomplish the deed. Infiltrating a British operative may have been tricky, so Court considered employing a Czech, Slovak, or Austrian resistance fighter. This setup was similar to Operation Anthropoid, the assassination of Himmler's deputy, Reinhard Heydrich, conducted by Czech and Slovak agents in Prague on May the 27th, 1942. The hit had been a success, but the reprisal had been brutal, with the town of Lidice and its inhabitants being completely wiped from existence. With this precedent in mind, who would have risked conducting such a high-profile action? Court considered a plan B. When not at the Berghof, Hitler was at his most vulnerable whilst travelling on his personal train, previously the America, now rebranded the Brandenburg. Court knew that the train was routinely serviced in Salzburg, Austria, where a team of 6 French female forced labourers were in charge of cleaning it. According to the Foxley report, these young ladies were not only approachable, but also dateable. So, a strapping SOE operative could date one of them to convince her to slip some poison into the train's drinking water supply. Court had even identified a poison, cited only as I in the report, whose effects would be delayed by 6 days, therefore removing all suspicion from the maintenance team. The plan was eventually scrapped as it emerged that the French cleaners were only in charge of the train's exterior and had no access to the water tank. Even if the SOE toyed with assassination plans until early 1945, Operation Foxley was cancelled for a variety of reasons. First, the SOE Council feared that killing Hitler would make him a martyr, hardening the Germans' resolve to fight on under new leadership. Second, the Allied strategic objective was to impose an unconditional surrender upon Germany. To do so, they had to demolish Germany's military strength rather than seeking an early solution to the war. Which takes us to the third reason. The best way to defeat Germany in the field was to leave Hitler in charge. As noted in the part about Hitler being a raging substance abuse addict by the end of the war, with all the symptoms that went with it, not to mention that even before his mental and physical state had deteriorated, he was never exactly what we'd call a military mastermind.
I feel
His
like
poor
Trump's
strategic
gotten that
decisions
way.
and meddling in military matters had been doing more harm than good to the German war efforts. Lieutenant Colonel Ronald Thornley had eloquently expressed this point as early as October the 9th, 1944. As a strategist, Hitler has been of the greatest possible assistance to the British war effort. His value to us has been the equivalent of an almost unlimited number of first-class SOE agents strategically placed inside Germany. Although the military situation has been temporarily stabilised on the Western Front and the German army appears to have regained cohesion, Hitler is still in a position to override completely the soundest of military appreciations and thereby help the Allied cause enormously. From every point of view, the ideal end to Hitler would be one of steadily declining power and increasing ridicule. Final attempts. So let's get back to homegrown would-be assassins. Enter Albert Speer, Minister of Armaments and War Production. By mid-February 1945, Hitler had permanently retreated to his bunker under the Chancellery building in Berlin, waiting for the Soviet onslaught. During an air raid, Speer found himself in a shelter with one of his deputies, Dietrich Stahl, head of the main committee for munitions. According to a later testimony by Stahl, Speer revealed that Hitler had given him instructions to destroy all of Germany's infrastructure and manufacturing plants before they fell into Allied hands. Speer despised the order and had come to despise the Fuhrer himself. Thus, he revealed to Stahl his idea to eliminate not only the dictator, but 3 of his underlings, Himmler, Goebbels, and Martin Bormann. The plan allegedly involved dropping poison gas shells into the ventilators of the Chancellery bunker, but exactly what type of shells? As a munitions expert, Stahl could help with sourcing the right type of ordnance. Stahl made some inquiries and found that gas shells would actually need to explode before releasing their poisonous payload, and the explosion would likely have shattered the ventilation ducts, thus dispersing and nullifying the effect of the toxic agent. Speer concocted another plan, simply pumping some kind of poisonous gas through the ventilation system. For it to succeed, the air filters had to be removed and instructed the bunker's chief engineer, Johannes Henschel, to do so. Henschel was not in on the plot, but Speer convinced him to remove the filters nonetheless, claiming that they were malfunctioning. Unluckily for Speer, the entire ventilation system was overhauled and its ground-level shafts were replaced with well-guarded tall chimneys, making it impossible to drop the gas. Speer eventually abandoned the idea of targeting the well-secured bunker. According to Stahl, he tried to secure some weapons to ambush Himmler, Goebbels, and Bormann and assassinate them in a good old shootout, but as the Reich crumbled into the dust, it became impossible for the munitions expert to securely deliver those firearms. After the war, it was ascertained that Speer had indeed challenged Hitler's authority by refusing to devastate German infrastructure, and the minister himself confirmed to the Allies that he had indeed considered poisoning the Nazi leadership, but his claims, as well as Stahl's, should be taken with a pinch of salt, as they may have been an attempt to soften their sentences at the Nuremberg trials. And this takes us to the last assassination attempt against the life of Adolf Hitler, Chancellor and Führer of the Third Reich. At around 3:30 p.m. on April the 30th, 1945, a desperate individual managed to not only infiltrate the Hitler bunker, but also convinced Hitler to take a capsule which just happened to contain cyanide. This would have likely killed the Führer eventually, but the hero of the hour, presumably considering how many attempts Hitler had survived over the years, decided to make sure the deed was done, this time by putting a bullet through Hitler's head. That individual was, of course, Hitler himself.
Oh. Yeah, this one was good. I had no idea there were so many attempts.
Before Elon Musk Heiled, he was already very comfortable with neo-Nazi statements. And I have a long history of documenting all of the different things that Elon has done. But for liberals, and for many people in general, like liberals and Republicans, who also are liberals as well at the end of the day, they need the optics of someone saying that they like Adolf Hitler, or they need the optics of someone just straight up hitting the Hitler salute, right? And lo and behold, even though he has finally hit it, he has done a lot of other stuff that at the end of the day kind of ruins any sort of plausible deniability in the circumstance, almost as much as the fact that he hit it with his whole chest. Okay, he did it twice, man. He did it twice. You can do anything, and if you don't say you did it, then it's a pass. No, the point is you can do anything you want as long as you are a billionaire and very powerful and also right-wing and also align with the government. you can get away with it. Okay, that's it. And it's kind of shocking to me that it's happening right on the heels of all of these pro-Israel organizations that like lose their minds at random college students who are Jewish wearing a keffiyeh, claiming that they are like Adolf Hitler themselves, turning around and being like, come on. The right-wing billionaire who's aligned with the German neo-Nazi party, who actually opened the faucet of anti-Semitism on the platform that he purchased, who follows neo-Nazis, collaborates with neo-Nazis, openly highlights neo-Nazis, agrees with neo-Nazi sentiment, but he's pro-Israel, is obviously not Sig Heiling, even though he hit the full Hitler. My man hit the full Hitler, okay? He didn't do the half Hitler. He didn't do none of these like, oh, I was just calling out for a cab, or I was just waving off in the distance. He hit the full Hitler twice, okay? Twice, not once, twice. Yeah, I mean, this is also what's going on. Exactly. The political spectrum is just like Elon Musk just did a Nazi salute on live TV. Most people going, this is unacceptable. This is ridiculous. And then the far right's like, hell yeah, Elon Musk just did a Nazi salute on live TV. Meanwhile, you got the weird liberals in the center of the political equation just constantly doing this weird song and dance where they're like, no, don't you dare say that. Don't believe your lying eyes. Yeah, here's a literal Nazi openly recognizing that what Elon Musk did was a Nazi salute.
Like straight up, like that was a serious Roman. It wasn't even like a subtle, like a wave, like one of these, like a Laura Ingraham. Remember when Laura Ingraham did that?
Yeah, Laura Ingraham absolutely was doing the salute there too, but in a subtle nod to the likes of Nick Fuentes.
That was a straight up like Sig Heil, like loving Hitler energy. that was like a straight up with intensity Roman salute.
He hit it so hard that it was like a one-to-one verbatim copy of Adolf doing it himself. Some of my favorite responses to this have come from Batya Sungar Argon, or whatever the her name is, being like, nah, he's just autistic, dude. Yeah, he got the Nazi type of autism, okay? There's different kinds. And instead of like being a train enjoyer, or I don't know, as Connor said, in being invested in Pokemon or whatever, he got the Nazi kind. It's the worst kind of autism to have. We know. You can't just be like, oh, he's just autistic. That's not... He's just autistic. He's not a Nazi. I mean, no, that's, you know, what is this? As a German, let me tell you how to distinguish a Nazi salute from a friendly wave. Look serious, arm straight, not the slightest bit bent. Hand and arm form a single line, 4 fingers together tightly. Angle such that the hand is slightly higher than the head. Yeah, I mean, he hit it perfectly. Like, I don't know what we're talking about. He literally did the heart thing too. Like, he pounded his chest and then hit it. Like, he didn't even do the, I'm just waving plausible deniability, Sig Heil. He did the full Hitler. I don't understand how you can look at a man doing the full Hitler twice and going, I don't know. As a person with a strong track record of criticizing Elon Musk, I feel extremely confident asserting that this was not a Nazi salute. Elon is a friend of the Jews. This is a man with Asperger's exuberantly throwing his heart to the crowd. We don't need to invent outrage. He's just autistic, man. He's just, you don't understand. He's just that's his hyperfixation. His hyperfixation happens to be, you know, Nazi Germany. I fought law to take false accusations of Nazism are incredibly harmful during a time when the mainstream media is letting the real Nazis, in parentheses, Hamas, have the mic without question. Dude, it's so awesome. I do personally find this a little cathartic, okay? And a little funny, to be honest with you, okay? That every single person that runs the table on defending Israel and constantly screaming anti-Semite at anyone that says this apartheid regime designed around Jewish ethno-religious supremacy that is currently doing a genocide is completely unacceptable and has nothing to do with Judaism. Every single person that turns around and says, that's the most anti-Semitic thing I've ever heard in my entire life, are turning around and going, this neo-Nazi wasn't actually a big Highlander because he's pro-Israel. That's all this is. That's all this is. It is so morally repugnant. They are so morally bankrupt. They do not care about real anti-Semitism. They only want to defend Israel. That's it. That is 100% the situation. Okay? Yeah, I mean, here, there's a side-by-side videos. Yeah, dude, you don't understand. He's just autistic, bro. Chill. Those guys are all autistic too. They're just autistic Nazis, and so is Elon. Like, that's the full one, okay? It's not the half one, it's the full one. Do you understand? It's the full one. There's one side by side with Hitler too. I saw one as well, side by side with Adolf, okay? Enjoy this one. Oh, are you telling me that the guy who is exclusively tasked with having the wrong opinion on every issue, even when it's a fucking slam dunk issue, took the wrong opinion on this one as well? Nervously walks up to the mic, says, Hutch, I think it's correct that Elon is a strange guy who hulked out in a strange moment, but he probably did not intentionally do a Nazi salute. Runs away. It's awesome. Everyone who like considers themselves to be in the center left or the center right is just like actively being like, no, you don't understand. This is not a Nazi salute. Elon's a great guy. My take on the Elon Hitler salute thing is that it was unintentional in the sense that he intended to make it a more ambiguous hand gesture with plausible deniability, but completely fucked it up. There's been like a couple clips from Republican speakers in the past few years where they sort of put up the Sig Heil and then quickly moved to the gesture they were consciously intending on doing, and I think he wanted to emulate that, but it's too uncoordinated. That's pretty funny. I love whenever people go, he didn't. These two, however, get bent. This is my favorite fucking thing that people do. Okay, first of all, I think Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris, by the nature of their jobs, have done things that are inherently fascist. Having said that, however, I don't think that they were trying to do the Nazi salute in this situation, because if they were, you would have shown the video instead of them in that moment moving their hands and like waving to the crowd. Guess what? We have the video. We have the video of Elon doing it twice. Why are they just simply posting pictures instead of the videos? Parents defending this, I don't know how to address it. Just literally show them this, okay? If anyone is confused about what they are seeing in front of them, just show them this, okay? Show them this. Show them that, okay? If anyone is confused on what they are seeing, and then show them this. Show them this, then show them this, okay? And then you can show them the double one, okay? The actual, like, people that were there saw him doing it twice, okay? People there saw him doing it twice. But look, here's Barack Obama.
God bless you. God bless these United States.
Yeah.
Does he mean he wants to take us back before Roe v. Wade was enacted? Because we're not going back.
I don't even like these people. But once again, I find myself not defending them, but defending the truth. I don't like these people. I think they have a lot of blood on their hands. But you are delusional if you think that they were like hitting the same okay?
What?
Here's the second salute video, okay? Does that look like, I mean, come on, guys. What do you think is going on?
My heart goes out to you.
Yeah, he said, my heart goes out to you, Adolf Hitler. The part where he just said, my heart goes out to you, he meant to, you know, Adolf Hitler and the Fourth Reich. May it never die. That's what he meant. Yeah, he said, mine heart goes out to you. Apparently, I'm a Zionist and a Nazi. Yeah, Piers Morgan is defending it too. Of course he is. Elon Musk was very ill-advised to do this kind of salute to denote his clearly stated "my heart goes out to you" sentiment. But he obviously didn't mean it as a Nazi salute. And anyone who says he did is being a disingenuous idiot. Great stuff, man. Y'all are doing exactly what he wants. He did it exactly to get this chain reaction meltdown and get everyone to talk about him because his ego just ignored the man-child. This is my favorite type of, like, I'm actually a brilliant guy take. This is the smart guy take, okay? The smart guy take is, hey, when the wealthiest person on the planet, perhaps one of the most powerful individuals on the planet, hits the Nazi salute twice on Trump's inauguration, and he is also a hand-selected person in the Trump cabinet, basically, you should just ignore it. Yeah, he was just simply trolling. It's a 5D chess move, and you should ignore it. You're right, Chatter. I should just ignore the wealthiest person on the planet, welcome back Henry Ford, style, doing a Nazi salute on the stage when we are actually about to be in the post-Weimar era. We are literally in the heels of Nazi America, okay? People will say America's always been fascist, America's always had like white supremacist attitudes. Fair. Get it. I got it, okay? And throughout America's history, we've had internment camps for the Japanese during World War II, okay? Not a great look, not great at all. We've had the Bracero program that was implemented with the mass deportation of 1.3 or I think almost 2 million people that were suspected of being Mexican. Some of them were just Americans that just looked Mexican, and they were mass deported, okay, twice. And now that is about to happen again. And this is before we talk about the Trail of Tears, Manifest Destiny, which Donald Trump brought up, by the way, as a positive. Said he's gonna manifest destiny in Mars yesterday. And he's also talking about doing the Bracero program again, this time for all migrants living on U.S. soil. That means 20 million people in concentration camps and mass deportations, and we're still going around and acting like this is just memes. You know what I mean? It's not memes at all. Yeah, this is a memified version of the serious issues that are ongoing. I think for a lot of people, they need to see the optics of it, and even in the optics front, Elon Musk is cooked on this regard. But far before Elon straight up hit the Hitler salute twice, mind you, twice. Remember, hit it twice, okay? At the inauguration. Far before he did that, you could tell that he has, at the very least, sympathies towards fascist policies. Like, what are we talking about? He linked up with the neo-Nazis in the AfD in Germany. He was beefing up the reform movement. He is linked up with Giorgia Meloni in Italy. Wherever there are fascists and racists internationally, Elon Musk is right there. Same thing with Israel, honestly. Israel has a ton of fascists. Elon also likes them too. So when he throws the Hitler salute, he's not doing it in an anti-Semitic fashion. He's doing it in a pro-fascist way, okay? Or rather, let's just say he is still anti-Semitic, I suspect, but he is also simultaneously very pro-Israel. A lot of people look at the stupid optics of the situation, and only then do they come to terms with the reality. Elon Musk defends and agrees publicly with neo-Nazi statements like Jews are doing unrestricted immigration into the Western civilization from the undesirable third world populations in an effort to destroy and undermine Western civilization that is supposed to be for white people. Elon Musk has responded to that person and said, you have said the exact truth. That's Nazi shit. Like, that's just straight up. That is no different than Sig Heiling, okay? There is no plausible deniability in that regard. There is less plausible deniability in that situation where Elon Musk says, that's real, that really happened. That is worse than throwing up a Sig Heil from my standards. But for a lot of people, they don't understand that, okay? It's not just that, like, Elon Musk has agreed with a lot of Nazis. Elon Musk also is personally constantly talking about how he believes in IQ and how he has to repopulate the planet with high IQ individuals. He has this very weird hyper focus on eugenics. Interesting. And potentially a breeding fetish. It's something so glaringly obvious. He's talked about the Great Replacement, which is also Nazi politics as well. Now, the problem here is a lot of the right-wing, overtly fascist politics are so perfectly aligned with the Republican Party and modern right-wing politics that for many people, they go, wait a minute, what you're considering to be Nazi politics is what my grandfather believes, is what he watches on Fox News. And the argument is, yeah, duh.
Yeah,
That's the point.
That's the
I
point.
know. That's what. Welcome.
That's what we're
Welcome to
saying.
reality. Okay.
That's what we've
That is
been
how
saying.
a lot of actual ideological fascists are able to make their way into polite discourse, to public discourse, and
take
make it
over
seem
the
as though
world.
their ideas are not immediately dismissed, but instead pretty appropriate for the time. That's how you get someone like Stephen Miller to be Trump's immigration czar, right? Do you think that focusing on other examples of Elon's anti-Semitism, obsession with eugenics, and fascist ideologies like the ones you just talked about could be a better focus when talking to median voters and centrists, opposed to just talking about Elon doing the Nazi salute because of the way the left is characterized as overreaching and the way that the right has tried to disprove it? Yeah, I think that it is important. But the real reason why it's important is because a lot of liberals don't understand all of this stuff is also Nazi stuff, and probably way more important in terms of like proving that someone has at least an allegiance to or an interest in like fascist and neo-Nazi opinions. And that is why I use this as a teachable moment for a lot of people. Asmongold says Elon Musk's salute was unintentional. Also state that there's a 1% chance the Holocaust did not happen. I don't think these two statements are related. I think probably 99% certainty these clips are unrelated. Dude, why is he saying that there's a 1% chance the Holocaust did not happen? Like, are you that desperate to be edgy? Come on, Asmon. What the hell is wrong with you, bro? What is this?
We're not going back.
I feel like this is kind of worse.
We're not going back.
Is that worse?
Bro, what is everybody doing, man? What is everybody doing? What the f is going on? We've just completely lost the goddamn plot, bro. What the f is happening? Actually, what's happening right now? What's going on? Why is everyone on the platform behaving like this? People need to figure it out, dude. People need to figure it out. Purposely misinterpreting things like this works for the right wing. They know this. I know, but I don't. Look, I'll say the same thing. Do I think XQC, Felix Lengyel, is an ideologically committed Nazi who is secretly trying to cast this deflection and doing that because he is like serving the higher purpose of like spreading Nazi sentiment? No. Do I think, on the other hand, that he has spent a ton of time with a lot of reactionary people and his brain has been completely fried? So now he finds himself very malleable and very susceptible to like right-wing framing on issues because that's just how it works. That's my assessment of it. Okay, do you think that he's an ideologically committed Nazi, or do you think he's malleable and being used in this regard? I think it's the second thing. I don't think it's the first thing. Okay, it's still Nazi apologia. It's still unacceptable, but there is a genuine difference between what they're doing and what like someone who's ideologically committed to the project is doing.
People are mad about that Elon like doing the they really think that they think he just masked off to, they do, they actually think he masked off to like a Nazi salute.
Yeah, all the non-Twitch normie influencers I know are losing their minds over the Nazi salute. Is literally just Twitch brain rot. I know, and it's really, we gotta squash this. Okay, this has to be squashed like 100%. The fact that people are even like
How do you really think that's happening,
and going
right?
like,
I mean,
oh
like,
man,
come
it's not a
on.
Nazi salute. Elon's not a Nazi. Like, oh man, what the f? Like, you are playing a very dangerous game. Whether you recognize it and think that it's not that dangerous, or whether you don't recognize it, doesn't matter. Okay, I can't help but feel like we have elevated the openness of neo-Nazi sentiment, of neo-Nazi sentiment to such a degree that like a couple years prior, we would talk about the CPAC stage looking like Nordic runes, and everyone was like, oh look, but it's like Nordic runes. They designed it as Nordic runes deliberately to communicate to everybody through secret messages that it's like they're Nazis. It's like, have you heard what the speakers are saying on top of the stage? They're literally Sig Heiling all the time with their words, okay? They're like, we should kill every, Mexican person. And you're like, well, the stage is designed in a way that actually looks like a Nordic rune, so maybe they're Nazis. Like, that's so stupid. Just focus on the words that are coming out of the mouths of these reactionary assholes, okay? And the same goes for Elon. But in this situation, it's not even a esoteric Nordic rune. It's him hitting the full Hitler. What the hell is going on? It's completely in broad daylight. Like, he thought he could have this discourse. He thought he could get away with it. Like, what are we doing? I mean, look at that. Yeah, here's another one. Does this not strike you as odd? Like, what are we doing here? Look at this. Like, that's why the video is more significant, because there are a million clips of politicians saying like, bye, doing this, you know what I mean? And then like they get caught, and then they get clipped, and then they're like, oh, they're doing the Sig Heil too? Okay, look at the video. What are we talking about? Even I joked about this, and I was like, yeah, he's just trying to prove his gamer cred, you know what I mean? He was like, nah, I am a capital G hard R gamer, trust. But like, it is pretty obvious, if it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, and Sig Heils like a duck, that duck's a Nazi, okay? What are we doing? This man has said far too many Nazi things and has so frequently been aligned with Nazis for you to turn around, and far too invested in eugenicist sentiment, and also far too invested in the Great Replacement conspiracy theories and that you have to be insane to go, oh, well, that guy also seemingly yet again had another oopsie. It's not a oopsie. Like, I don't understand. Did the Neuralink brain chips, did they get implanted in people's brains already? Is that why we're in this situation where people are seemingly defending this and going, oh, I don't know, Hassan. We are boiling the frog at this point. People don't notice gradual changes until it's too late to react. And now they can't believe what they're seeing, so they have to make excuses for blatant Nazism. And this is all being exacerbated by places like the New York Times saying this is just a hand gesture. I know. Meanwhile, the Nazis are freaking celebrating it